Why don't you create Miss Aquarius? Come on, come on. Time to be a big girl. All right, Miss Aquarius. First, you gotta create your account. Make your account first. Go create your account. Miss Aquarius, when I go viral, something that we're going to add all social media platforms is the ability to limit what you see based on age. I don't want to see anybody who has at least 20, and all these apps keep pushing people, like, it's really sad. They keep pushing young people to adults, and I don't want that, and I know that I would want that as a parent, and I keep, I'm on TikTok, and it's like, I think that they should make a rule. I don't understand why they don't. And I know you agree with me. Function within, let's say, Discord or TikTok or Instagram to don't show me any children. You can do that on Tinder, or like you can say, don't show me anybody over certain age. So I don't understand why they don't do it. I don't understand that on social. Every single time I send an invite to this Discord, it always says before it, please join only if you're an adult. And if you join this Discord from a yes, I just got on a new streaming platform that basically has no rules on it. Yeah, people have already been really mean to me, but that's okay. It's a lot of, the reason why I stream on there is because they aren't important. It's called Big Shit. And I'm the first person who commented on everything that's going to spell it because I don't want to sound like an seriously. It said K L L, then space, then Y O U or S E L L. Like, what a what a warm welcome. Laughing. I guess Mexican I can shoot my life on the life that I still can understand. So I would just say that maybe I don't think that teens should not be on social media. Or if they are, they should only be among certain students. They should not be around it. That's not for anything but good. That's not good for you. They see what the adults are doing and think that's normal behavior, especially online. Like, my computer froze. What's going on with Sequoias? What did that was my certainly. I like the one that you make. This is where I like it. I love it. We're good. We're good. All right. There. What the what? What's up with all your demands? Give me a profile picture. Bring me the face. You sound like rain. You sound like rain and that one-year-old fairy godmother. I was sending a message. It says your name, Brandon. So the one that there is Brandon H. channel. Brandon, what do you have that says Brandon 0783? You see that one says Brandon A? There you go. Whenever you go in there, it'll say your name. And Brandon, did you see all the music channels? No, not that. That was fine. But go below, you see 24/7 radio station, ambient music, and ancient music, and bossa music, and classical music. You see that? Yeah, those are all individual music stations. So if you ever want to listen to different music, you can there. It's below the free. It's below the join to free. I did that last night. For right now, but not always. Sometimes people, some people join. Sometimes people join. So I joined it about 10 minutes ago. Yeah. Yes. I appreciate that.
You like it, Rabbi? Okay.
Oh yeah, I can see.
You like it?
Yeah, that person who did that route.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, like I don't.
Soccer here?
When I go viral, you're gonna work for one of those major companies, and you're gonna be a producer. You're gonna tell them exactly all the TV shows they should have, especially for sports. Was it a Thursday? Yeah, was it? They're they're all going now.
Right here. You ran this right up. See? I miss you. Oh, the camera?
I think cameras on YouTube.
Yeah, yeah. Right there. Around here. I just I'm about to be ready to go. I wish I could go there. Hmm? Oh, I see. Oh, so cute.
How are you acquaintances?
I don't know if you can hear me. Just one. Okay. Let's see your dog. Look how sweet. Look how sweet. What's your dog's name? Oh, you're adorable. Princess is so sweet. Princess is so sweet. Hello. There's a hug. Hey, Miss Aquarius, Jason is back.
Yes, Jason!
Hello.
Hey, what's up? Oh my, camera. I got disconnected. Did you see the sleep sounds that was playing?
That's what Brandon was just girl, that's right.
Yeah, I'll take a video and I just like live shit. Like I don't just
How you doing? So I got another yeah,
Period. Rabbi Rothschild rules.
you can see your link.
Mr. Burton, you can just get the link directly from this channel. You see the upper right, it says the plus button. At the very top,
I
there's
would do that when I'm on my other.
I'm just gonna say send it to your other account.
I'm not gonna go add my other.
Oh,
I do have my own little.
he's just distance things.
Hey.
Okay.
Let's go.
We said computer definition. I'm making it.
Where are you at? I don't see
Send it to you right now. Just come in.
you.
Okay, check your messages. Copy that.
I already got it. Yeah. There you go. Here I am.
There we go. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Mickey Mouse.
Mickey Mouse. He is doing it.
You don't think?
Computers. He is doing it.
Like this board.
But,
But like, to make it going together in channel.
we're going to create another new channel.
It did.
Okay. Looks like it. Yep.
I'm gonna show you. Like,
I'll be right back.
Telling me to goddamn verify, right? And they won't let me come in. So fuck it. I'm not dealing with it. They got this.
Just a quick down. What did it say that you had to do? Okay, did you refresh? Don't delete it. Miss Aquarius, don't delete it.
I'm going on something. I don't know what I did. I don't know what I did, but I did a damn thing. I'm just pissed off right now. Fucking bullshit.
I've seen yeah, they always say that.
Yeah, it's always everybody think that. I'm finna sit up here. I don't see how the hell y'all got
Do you want help?
I'm not there. Fucking phone. You don't have to got you. Every time you go to somebody, fucking bullshit. And when it comes to the damn man shit, you gotta sit damn bed. You want somebody to have, hey, y'all need to have you want somebody else to ask because we got to get only just comment shit. You can't see my rich friend. You're on a rich friend. Damn. Very fucking bullshit. Damn. Fucking bull. I already
Because some of these, they,
yeah, I'm coming in around. Shit.
it's not a,
We're trying to verify you.
loud. Dude, are you ready to play? Are you ready to? Dude, are you ready to play? That's what I like to hear. Okay, before you do that, I want you to go to the section below this section of the Discord and look at all of the 24/7 radio stations. Go into each one and tell me which one you like the most. You're so cute. So just check out the different. That's okay. You don't have to do it now, but some other time I want to know what you're feeling. Are you ready for an invitation? I'm sending you an invitation. You should know that this is not involved regular, no church style. Excellent. You didn't listen. I mean, that's fine. Accept my invitation. I know you had Zoom. I know you had Zoom. Just 12 hours?
Yeah.
No way. You listened to James McCann. That was 3 or 4 hours. You're on Musk. That's 3 or 4 hours. You listened to a lot more than that.
Elon Musk, eh?
Oh, that was beautiful. You know what? I don't know. You know what's wild about this one is you can literally do absolutely no work and still win.
Yeah. You know who Rush is?
Right? There are 25. Okay. Do they also? Do they also?
Yeah.
Dude, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this performance? Look at this shot, Zoot. Look at that. That was fortunate. Zoot, are you seeing this? Zoot, you see this? Are you ready? Are you ready for the shot? Did you see that? Maybe the best game ever. Absolutely. I am Victoria, South Australia. Have you said raw comedy or world comedy? Oh, okay. So, do you know that you have an invitation? Focused.
You know what I should have? Should have just started off with it. since I'm old.
Alright, well, way to think of something a month and a half after it occurred.
Why is it?
Yeah, that's a big if. Dude, are you ready for the shot? Are you seeing how well I'm playing? I haven't missed a shot.
You know,
No, why? Dude, that was amazing. You're like Taylor Swift. You went the originals. No way you hit this. That would have been one of the. Yeah, she wants the original copies of her content. Dude, are you seeing this? I, the ones where what? All right, did James McCann stink at? Did James McCann stink at 9 as well? Okay, that's phenomenal. Are you gonna?
Maybe today we get kept. Yeah, man, they're kind of busy.
Oh, phenomenal! Shout out to Jason. Shout out to Jason. Hey, I see him. Excellent.
That's my friend.
Yes, he is.
That's it, my buddy, okay?
If I may ask, what was the issue? If I may ask, what was the issue?
But the issue was that even
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I'm glad Mr. Tracy got. I'm glad dude, get it? Where everybody here is being reflected on more devices than you can count. Dude, are you ready to lose? Oh, unfortunately. That, that was really good too. Dude, that's rude. I'm giving you a warning.
Or what?
Rest.
I'm performing tomorrow night.
Are you?
Both of mine.
It's the first time in like
I'm drinking it.
first time in like a month, right?
Like, yeah.
Is Chelsea gonna be there? Well, and you haven't seen her since Rob.
No, that's another. Girls and opening for this.
Pretty good.
Because my
You see this performance?
Costco's up in.
Are you excited?
I hope that I'm glad I'm coming next. All the efforts. Up to
Oh, Zoot, I just lost.
you haven't.
Go, 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 go!
You think we're talking?
Oh. Alright, Zoot. I'm good for now.
Set.
Come back later. Okay. Yay. He wants, he wants to stream your server.
I don't have a server.
Or your champ. Yes, ma'am. No, I'm gonna call with some people. I have.
So y'all not watching no is it basketball, baby?
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Yes, I've done my best to follow every single person in here. Please, I would appreciate if you follow me back. I only provide the highest levels of content, the best, perhaps, X account you will ever follow. And I that on a recent podcast in Australia called Holt Podcast, and yeah, Michael Phelps, eight-time gold medalist in the 2008 Olympic Games. He and I were just chilling in the hot tub, uh, but I was able to shield the coin and certainly had my Sproto merch on as I did it and told them all about it. Absolutely. And I was invited to do five more of them. So I'm going to have my own little series. The first one will be on life extension technology. The second one will be on how to improve the earth. The third is going to be on mega projects. The fourth is going to be on space tourism, and the final one is going to perhaps be for the search for um, intelligent life. And so I will be putting those the Telegram as I have the opportunity to get them recorded. So for letting me pitch that. That was not a project in which I had any leadership, but I can tell you some of the things that I think are really positive for life extension are things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, perhaps things like testosterone replacement therapy, red light therapy, absolutely. And then the the big development I think will be in the realm of mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan in your eye, knowing where every atom, central nervous system, peripheral nervous system for later download. Cybernetic being real being. But what I'm saying to you all is that there may be an opportunity, perhaps, at digital exciting. Well, the, the key is within reason. So, the idea of living forever could actually be an incredible punishment. So, that's why it's important to have the caveat that whenever you wish, if you'd like, you should be able to remove your consciousness under your own consent. Well, the idea of hard drive space really is won't become an issue. You can fit the entire, I believe, consciousness of a human being on something than 10 petabytes or 6 petabytes for the individual. Okay, I mean that's just your opinion, but wait, and that's what I just said. It's about 6 petabytes, and and the idea and the idea of being able to perhaps expand on storage capability is becoming real. I mean, come on, you all here were of similar ages. You remember when computers maybe didn't even exist, but then became it was important to have kilobytes and then megabytes and then gigabytes were big. Now we're in the terabyte realm. Most certainly. That's exactly right. And so if you think about it, in a generation, today's terabyte will be tomorrow's petabyte, and so on. That's correct. And what I'm basically saying is that this, in the same way that you have in a video game a save point, you might be able to have some type of digital insurance on yourself. If something were to, God forbid, happen to you, you fell off a cliff like base jumping or skydiving, or you were in some type of accident, and your family wanted to essentially regenerate your previous existence back, you may have that opportunity. And for anyone out there who's ever lost, this gives people a lot of hope, perhaps, that you may be able to limit the losses for future generations of your family. And there's even another type of technology known as reunification technology, where we may actually be able to bring people who were once dead back to life. Apologies, I didn't realize it was still up. If I may ask, has anybody heard from our favorite mascot, Bitcoin Obama, recently? What a thing. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, son? Bitcoin Mandela. I took a poll of the entire Bitcoin verse, and they all want to know when you're going to follow me back. All right, well, you enjoy that. I will be celebrating Pesach, my man. Any news on Bitcoin Obama in all seriousness? Is he okay? Please, I'd love to hear it. Excellent. So he's alive and breathing. What about his friend, his vertically challenged friend? Yes. How is that person? How's the cell phone store? How's the cell phone store? Does Nigeria have a chapter 5? You go from selling iPhones to Androids or vice versa? You don't say. Last I heard, he was attempting to get a 2011 white Mercedes Benz. Does anyone know anything further on his vehicle choice? Right, sir. How are you? Yo, dog. I'm lovely. I'm in the middle of a call with everybody about how's life in. No, are we gonna watch documentaries?
Uh, yes.
Okay,
I was gonna
I watched it all.
body.
Yeah, and I didn't want to be the bearer of bad news. Did you see why they don't do that contest anymore?
Uh, uh,
I mean, you would either know or you wouldn't. It's not like I'm not really.
I mean, I talked made it topic based
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying who can stay on base the longest. I'm talking about this dealership in Texas. Why they don't do it anymore?
okay, why
They don't do it because in 2007, a contestant, after 50 hours or so of hands on a hard body, went across the street to the Kmart that was closed, broke in, loaded a shotgun that he stole from the store, and offed
Jeez.
himself. Yeah, it's awful. Hi, Mama Riser. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, absolutely. You as well, Riser. Yeah, how terrible is that?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty sad.
Oh,
That's, I mean, I feel like they still do it. Medical stuff,
yeah. I mean,
like,
the dealership got sued by the widow of the guy, basically for not having proper like psychiatric care. And so here's the breakdown. Here we go. Oh, pardon me, it's 2005. So the content became a national phenomenon. It was ultimately discontinued following a judge incident in 2005 where participant Richard Thomas Vega, and what I said, after dropping out of the competition, leading to legal action against the dealership regarding the effects of sleep deprivation.
they didn't have a good night.
Well, I don't know exactly, but that's really sad. When you're sleep deprived, you get to hallucinate, your body becomes weak, basically pushing these people into a limit. And the rest system, I don't think is really wasn't that great. It was like 5 minutes per hour and 15 minutes per 6 hours. Um, Also, you're dealing with the heat. Boy, wasn't that one guy like extremely excited about his air conditioner? A 20-ton air conditioner. You recall this part of the? I heard him say that, and
Things,
I immediately had to look up how big is a 20-ton air conditioner. It's huge. He's like, you can kill yourself. You can freeze to death by air conditioner. Wow, how big is this thing? Apparently, he did get it at a good price or whatever, and he could literally turn his living room into a refrigerator, which was pretty fascinating. Uh, I was,
minus 12 degrees. Uh, it's like, together, I can't, there was like,
that was,
the wife moved out of the house. It was like, acclimated heat. I thought, like, my wife, she stay up for she didn't even understand. It was like, they're gonna just, seriously, it's holding, it's staying a real challenge. That's like the whole, it's crazy.
and the standard. As I watched this, it was heartbreaking to me that we have people who have millions and millions and perhaps trillions of dollars, and yet other people who have absolutely nothing and are just giving everything of themselves for a truck that is going to depreciate within a year of its ownership. It happens to value, and then from there, eventually it will just scrap. That these people were sacrificing everything. They were sacrificing their jobs. They were sacrificing time with their families. Um, it was fascinating to me their mental health, their physical health. It was fascinating to me the really religious lady who listened to me said, man, I wonder what the her says. And she would,
It's like really funny.
and she had her whole religious congregation. Like, I love this one lady who's interviewed who was like, I was praying for her at 6 a.m. She told me at 6 a.m. She just began to laugh. Well, I'm not taking credit for that, but I know other people were praying for her as well. I just thought that was so cute. Like, that her whole congregation was going for her. And
Yeah, no one else said I've kissed that
she made that thing her death. It made me think, like, where would I want to put my hand? Would I want to put it on the bed? Would I want to put it like on the side mirror, like on the hood? And I found it interesting. There's all kinds of like strategy that I was thinking. You said the sleep deprivation would be different. It absolutely would. I think another issue is the state. Like you noticed, the third to last person to leave, the guy when they were doing drug tests. That man who had won the previous year or whatever. It's like they don't have some kind of like condition in this contest that said you can't just keep winning trucks every year. But apparently they picked the bad in at the time. Usually a contest like that says if you win once, you're done, or you can't compete for 10 years or 20 years, and then you got to get somebody else. But that guy was back, and I thought he was going to do better. But I found it sad that like he was so confident too, but he just could barely walk to the drug test, and like he never returned to the truck, and that was really sad. Then that lady just jamming along. I figured like no one's touching this lady. So that one guy basically gleaned, the guy who won, gleaned all of the information that he needed. The other issue is you weren't allowed to squat. Because I thought, well, why wouldn't you squat? Like, but no, there's none of that. I would have an issue with the bathroom. Like, I don't know. What if I have to go to the bathroom? I know every 5 minutes, or every 5 minutes or whatever, but sometimes you have to just go to the bathroom. That would have been a challenge. I was.
idea.
Yeah, it's not a lot. I would have told them when I was on my break, don't talk to me. That's my break. I'm using all of that energy to rest. You can talk to me when I am against the truck, but they were using that other strategy. That one
It's pretty fun. You want to break
massages.
some people smoking cigarettes. So
Right. That one guy,
before vitamin are
right. I was very happy. Go ahead. What movie?
I did. I told you.
Yeah, it's something that I find it interesting that they were that one. I thought she was a pretty good, especially for that condition she was under. She ended up winning. I was really happy for her. She made it like 40. Yeah, and that was a good story. That they made that documentary into a musical.
Really?
Yeah, it was at San Diego Playhouse in 2013. I don't know.
In place.
It was a
Interesting scenes. We're going to and we have a map of
the documentary was adapted into a musical Peanuts on a Hard Body, commissioned by La Jolla Playhouse in La Jolla, California. The book is by Doug Wright, music by Amanda Green, and Train. That guy's famous. He did something big. Um, he's in Fish. He's the lead guitarist, composer, singer, songwriter of the book. Lyrics by Amanda Green, music by Sergio Hernandez, and direction by Neil Pope. After a run at La Jolla in 2012, had a brief engagement on Broadway at the Brooks Atkinson Theater, with previews beginning February 23rd, 2013, opening on March 21st, 2013, and closing on April 13th, 2015, playing 28 previews and 28 performances. The musical received Tony Award nominations.
like
I can imagine the names of the song. My name heard When Can I Sit Down? How Much Longer Until the End? And all of the other classics. Yeah. I thought it was interesting as well that they were very strict. Like, like people felt that the judges should be stricter. And the marketing director contest was like, look, they're voluntary, they're doing their best, but there are people, and one lady like exploded. She was like, they took their hands off the truck. If you're not going to enforce this, I don't want to participate. It's like, all right, calm down. You know, I understand. I get what you're saying. That's a legitimate right, but I don't know if
someone like right. I feel like yeah, you should have enforced it ever. It's kind of crazy that family there seems to be
and it was a small dealership in rural Texas, and it didn't have
oh yeah, what like in
of course that wasn't the Nissan.
oh yeah,
So, and this is a popular thing that radio stations and dealerships do. Dealerships are very common advertisers, and so you can get the radio station at your location for long periods of time. And so they're going to talk about how nice the car is or the truck or whatever it may be. This was very popular, I would say, in the 90s in the United States until this incident. I wondered what happened because they stopped. Now, I understand the YouTube world where you can have people have perhaps better waivers and stuff that becomes more popular, but there's just a big one that I used to do was you could drink the most amount of water, and that killed people. And then the radio contest with that was another popular one. But the car one, oh, sorry.
they're just rushing it.
Oh, sorry.
But they're not
I would love for them to do a "Where Are They Now" of the people in that documentary. Like, hey, you guys did this. You could tell they bonded over each other, and none of them really got too upset at the other person, even when they took their hands off or whatever. And if you saw at the end when the guy and the lady, the one person who became the person who became, they were embracing. Like they had gone through like trauma together, or this like enduring challenge, which I thought was really interesting. That they weren't mad at each other. That was very nice, and um, I would have liked it to have had a narrator, because it's just like I needed more of the information regarding like the rules, what was going on, what was like. It was a lot of just like I think the latest.
People that are like 5'8" they only have to like,
Yeah. Um, I thought it was really interesting. I found it interesting as well that Quentin Tarantino recommends it as one of his favorite documentaries. I was trying to interpret it like the camera work, the sound. It's just like a beautiful snapshot of American life in the mid '90s. I thought that was really interesting. I found it very sad that how poor the people were, and they were making such major sacrifices for perhaps nothing. A lot of them, most of them walked away with nothing. The first prize got the second prize got a $250 gift certificate, and the third prize got some gift certificate to some restaurant or something. That's it. These people,
are just and
well, that's funny. When, whenever these things are mentioned, it takes me back to 2012 giveaway for some video game contest, and I mentioned it often, but what the grand prize was, and then numbers 7 through 10 or something. It's sort of like the famous Bitcoin video game contest occurred in 2011 during the ALV IC Cup Star League StarCraft Broadway, where the 5th through 8th place finishers received 25 Bitcoins each as consolation prize. At the time, the prizes were worth approximately $41.25 each total, but if held, they would not be valuable to anyone given Bitcoin's current price. So basically, did you say, I wonder if anybody else? Yeah, I don't know that one, but there's the classic Bitcoin pizza, the first ever documented transaction of Bitcoin for a commercial product was for Papa John's, May 27, 2020, for 10,000 Bitcoin for two pizzas, and it's considered the most expensive pizza in history. So it's worth about $1 million, which is just absolutely wild. So, I was enjoying that one that you were watching yesterday, the second one. But so I don't want to say we talked about tonight because it's kind of boring, but it's something that was fascinating to me as well. That they were doing this. Yeah, absolutely. They were doing this contest for £5,000. Now I understand £5,000 in 1960s is more significant because of inflation and such, but which to me seems like something low.
for risking
So, um, yeah. But okay, so what's on the agenda tonight for
I we're gonna turn I'm gonna talk to you because I was you up for that. I was on the map
Nissan?
playing Nissan Yeah. It was like that. One lady said they're like her. There's something like her.
Right. Well, she said she didn't realize her one hair was burning, so she took her other hair off to itch it, and then she removed it and she was qualified.
Yeah, I was gonna ask like the because the thing was not really branding was being
Right. I mean, that's not really great. I mean, you could if you wanted to use some kind of stilt system that I've seen, but it wasn't really around then. But basically, imagine like lake, not lake stilts, but lake. Uh, yeah, exactly. And I've seen that. You can sort of make it look like you are standing with but I'm sure it would have made some kind of sound, or somebody would have been you're hunched over a little bit. Um, I think that if I were running a contest like that, I would not have it your hand for whatever. I would give people like it had to stay on continuously for the entirety or whatever, aside from it, unless it was less than 5 seconds, something like that. Because really, if you get in, you get into like physics, no one really touches anything. If you really think about it, it's just like molecular repelling. The atoms don't really actually touch, and so you aren't really touching it anyway. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Um, I would say that I found it interesting the drug test that you had. I don't know if they knew that the drug test was coming. And it made me think, well, imagine you were like some type of stimulant would probably be of certain advantage to you, and then all of a sudden they would be like, "Oh yeah, we have a drug test. You get all of this, only to test hot for a drug test."
it means that it would like old substance premise
In 1990, rural Texas, no one had an ADHD diagnosis. Now, let's say you didn't have to have something, which is what a doctor's note, and then it would perhaps be allowed. But those people, no, they're they. I would, I would, I highly, I have high confidence that this is the person in that documentary had never heard the phrase or that acronym. No. If anything, it added to that time, perhaps middling, but that was more prescribed to children. And I found it interesting that the guy who came in third and the guy who came in first, they weren't like perfectly standing straight. They were like kind of dancing, like swaying from side to side, which kind of, in my opinion, would have been a little bit of a waste of energy. I
like to the watch. And then you are standing still. I was like, why? You just wonder. You keep your damn life, and then it's not going to.
I wonder what that kind of contest would be like if a lot of people were doing this. If people would just go for like hundreds of wins, which I imagine they might. That's why they force it to do that. If you allowed like an 8 hour sleep, it would basically be like who doesn't have something that they go to the next year. And so this is really about perhaps and the sleep aspect of it is I wonder they were talking about like the at least they weren't exposed to the sun. That would have been an issue. The one yeah, a black tarp that's an issue. That lady who won the next year, she was like putting on her makeup like on the truck bed. The ladies were taking their real estate on the truck bed with the lady with the cassette tapes. The other lady had her like top hat and she's like putting her makeup and it was the one lady bus or dropped that pretty early where she was like I was a waitress or I'm a waitress or whatever. I need this. They all need this. Nobody does a contest like that if they're not in serious need for something. And I wish they all could have won it. I would love to see a.
Given it. It's like a lot. Most people want to do it.
I would love to see a where are they now with these people. Many of them, I'm sure, have died. Some of them, though, I'm sure are still alive. They could give a really great sequel. They should do it again. Everybody, there should be some dealership out there that should recognize that this is an excellent opportunity to capitalize on nostalgia. They can have all of the necessary medical treatment, but you take all of the people, they'd be like, they'll probably be in there middle age or some of them are middle age then, and see how well they can do for a brand new Nissan truck today. I'd watch it.
Guy. And then like he only 2 days. It was a little.
I would have been like, the one guy who was like, I was so excited for the contest, and I didn't sleep the night before the contest started. So I'm already like, I would have been exactly like that guy. I would have really had some trouble. I would have been thinking about my strategy, and then his friend was like, "Yo, you shouldn't have eaten that candy bar. Candy's nothing to do you." Like, no, maybe it was the fact that you had already slept an extra day. A friend of his who was, well, the one guy he had a hat on, he said, I was just so excited that this contest was starting Monday morning, and I was going to sleep the night before. So I'm already going in really tired. And then he had made it like at least 24 hours or something, and he was just like, he was worried about the rain, the lightning and thunder. It's like, dude, that's what's going to scare you, not like, having no sleep or having to stand, whatever. Like, some lightning and thunder, but he dropped out after like 24 to 36 hours or something. And his friend was like, "Yeah, you should have had that candy bar. Candy's not the way to do it." Yeah, give his response, but I just remember being like, thinking, wow, way to kick this guy when he's down. But he's already exhausted. He already didn't sleep the night before the contest, and you think that he didn't do well because he had a. I thought that was unfortunate. Another thing,
fine, like, was your
right?
right on. So, have you ever, like, no one drove,
The fact that
and
they
she was being, she was like, okay,
right, the fact that they did not food and coffee, and I'm sure they probably have water, but like I would think, or you would think that there would be some type of restaurant, something that would want to get involved with this to make sure that the people were adequately sustained. But it didn't seem that way. That one lady, the pretty lady, was like, I had to have some police officers go get me a cup of coffee. And the other people, like, you wouldn't expect like a police officer to have to go get coffee. That wouldn't happen too. But there's not like that type of relationship between the authority. I mean, they have to put it on TikTok.
she's like,
Exactly, exactly. But you would think that they would have just like coffee there for them, and water or lemon juice or something. But it did not seem like they had that. Like they had to have like their families that support them. And the guy who won, he said he was going to give the truck to his wife, which was a nice thing. He already had a truck. He seemed like he seemed like he could have gone wrong. It wasn't like coming down and I thought it was a very interesting. Pardon me.
Right?
Right, right.
Like I
I agree. They, they
I said, um, like, 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 so he,
but the key word there is see.
uh, it's a con,
I agree with that.
like, fine,
That lady just laughing. That would freak me out. Be like, what is on those cassettes? Why are you funny? So and the guy who said he would be your or whatever, you said those things. So I didn't know if that would be such a thing. She talked about the age, the like right age of someone. Like, some people are saying like 19 to 27. I would probably think that there would be some advantage to that, but that, but again, just having experience, other thing. But like Riser said, I smoked. The winner smoked. He wasn't super thin. The guy who came third and won previously, that guy's thinner. Um, the lady who came in second, she was not in good shape at all, and yet she she did really well. It's interesting to me that they went from like 70 hours to the year before, like 87 hours, and like the toil that must have had. I found it to be just quite an documentary.
which is 4 days. I think you get,
Certainly, I guess the organization used it against people.
Yeah. I didn't,
I think I did and I the strategy with tons of caffeine. Uh, I would say that that's a. I'm just so tired. I don't lose, but I'm just the world becomes very stupid. My processing skills are doing that. This stream, the longest I've gone, uh, and usually that would I came where I would a lot the day before, like 12, 14 or something for 1 week. I'm trying to get my hours back to whether that would be I'd be able to do that. But, um, so I've done pretty long endurance without any type of medical body after like slow down. You're not able to process certainly be in you also like whenever I've done it, having active that causes a lot of issues. Because you just tired. Like,
like if a bunch of be able to rest and like actually like somehow like last a lot longer.
Perhaps I would learn about church boards. One of the things that they would do is sleep the longest it was like a month, and they did it and sang. Whenever this, but there's a certain point that you reach where I'm like, okay, it's really, it's a awful type of and, so I do my best to not on that bar uh, thing. Just check it. Yeah,
Now some guy like drinking and they're like on his own. Literally, and he was like traumatized by illness.
oh,
Sleep like the rest of
I can recall one time I was at spring break with some friends, and we went to Las Vegas. We were going to go to Mexico. We did, and I felt like already like 36 hours or something, and I was already really tired, and we were driving to Mexico on Vegas, and we needed a driver, and all my friends were like, we don't want to do it. I didn't want to do it either. And I was so tired that I had to pull over and I said, look, one of you other guys drives, or I'm going to fall asleep because I drive. And so, fortunately, we got caught. Somebody else drove it. But I can recall that was one time where I was probably up for 3 hours or so. And we were, again, another time, you're not
every single
Right. Yeah,
it
he's
was wild.
been in my house. Yeah. I had another incident. This was on stream. This was in like 2022, I want to say. And would get up really early. I was running projects for a major. I was running a global project, so I had a group that I was helping in what APAC, that's Asia Pacific area, that EMEA, which is Europe, set of projects like that. I was helping a Latin American team and a Canadian team, and I would be up at like 3:30 in the morning or so, and I would be on a live channel by 5 a.m. And I would just lead what's called a scrum. Like basically, I was scrum master, basically leading these projects of developers. And I would do that until like midday or so, until maybe 2 or 3 o'clock, and then I would go to Tidewood to ski course in Anaheim, play golf balls. And I did this one day. It really was just I know, and I was burning my candle at multiple, as they say, and I just kept losing more sleep. And I was driving my streaming on GoPros, and fortunately, my car had self-driving element to it. Basically, had lane uh, protection, and I fell asleep for about, I would say, like 70 miles an hour on the 405, and it was really close to my house. But I remember being, well, like I had to snap out of it and roll my windows down, and I was very close to my house. But just thinking to myself, like, I can't do this. Not run myself to the point where I'm absolutely exhausted. It can be very dangerous. And, like the power of do, there's something called West Coast minerals, which are like pet pills, caffeine pills. And, they used to be much more legal, at least in the United States. Um, uh, Different over-the-counter, they call them pet pills, or like weight loss supplements. Basically, legal stimulants that people used to lose weight that became illegal. It was called and then it was called fentanyl. With the lawsuits that they caused cardiac arrest. But this used to be something that people could do to stay up. Truck drivers especially.
I was driving and we were like in a taxi and the car was straight in front of us. It was neither side still tons of somebody's back.
Did that person fall asleep?
They're either probably.
I can see that. Well, sleep deprivation is very dangerous. In a case like that, I would have expected the dealership to recognize that they're to the limit. I was also really interested that they had wireless microphones. If you notice, they had wireless microphones that were live on the radio. And I understand why you would want that, because a cable to a radio station would be extremely limited. But that's a pretty advanced technology. I just find it to be a really great podcast on life is lifetime. It was very accurate too.
Yeah. Was it just
No, these happen every every small town, every probably medium-sized town, large, and especially when the radio's down. that was constant advertising for the dealership.
Right. But nowadays, everything is like
The
it's more.
lawsuits became so people became so litigious that they caused mental strain. So and so cheated. They're they don't do that anymore.
Yeah, being like okay, they hurt all night
Well,
to like know like see, like, the other lady.
right. Well, the Mr. Beast one's let people sleep. So that's the big hindrance. I also think that the dealership model has changed a lot. So dealerships used to make their money on selling new cars. They didn't make so much on selling used cars, but they always push new cars. And then they made some money on the service. Today, they make more money on the service than they do on the selling of new and used cars. So basically, they have you as a customer for much longer time, for much longer time, and it's more profitable. Back then, when you're selling a new car, you're doing that to get attention to your dealership. There are only so many different ways to advertise. There's television, there's radio, and there's print media, and perhaps rural media like billboard. But there's not a whole lot of other things. Now today, you can target your audience, you can use social media, you can use digital advertising. There's just a lot more ways for an organization to be able to get business, and they don't do that. I also think that radio stations aren't as willing to participate in these things because there's some liability there. After the 2005 incident with this person, no one wants to have their business connected with anything like that. So you can say, look, it would be great to drum up some business, that's great. But there's a huge risk here that someone might go off the deep end and absolutely ruin the business's name and open the organization to some type of liability. And so I just think companies have really pushed away from that. But I, I, I know that there are a lot of businesses out there that do contests, and people get really excited to do that. And there's a certain, uh, competitiveness to it, and people do that. I know there was an organization that was giving away coffee free. They were opening up a chain. Uh, they were giving out coffee free to the first 300 customers of their daily business. And you had to be there by like 6 a.m. I know that I was nights at the time, so I would get way around the time. I would just walk there and got a stack of 300 free things for coffee, or 360, like one coffee a day for a year. And there were people who had been waiting out there for like many hours. They would be one of the last people I was able to get the same price that they got. They don't really do those things anymore. I think things have just become more expensive as well, but they just don't want to give something away. Giving away a car is very expensive. Giving away free product is very expensive. And the organizations just aren't willing to do it anymore.
That's true. But the advertising prize They'll do.
The advertising bounty,
Market.
the marketplace that.
Yeah.
Did you tell your mom about it?
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
I think it's a good idea. I was thinking executing change a lot of blockers. A lot of things do. Just send where that's up. Now it's
Yeah, absolutely.
soft. Custom. There's
I
and
agree.
there said as a
Oh,
and
I
it's changing a brand new. It's a good idea.
absolutely. I right. I launched a startup last 10 years or so. Overhead for any business is so great, especially in 2026 that usually prohibited. There aren't many startups that are performing that don't get acquired very early on if they're a really great idea or absorbed from large companies because they either fail capital restraints or they're just too big of an idea. In this case, there's a lot. There, it's a great idea, and I think that we're doing correctly, very successful. But at least when I ran the startup, I had like unlimited budget, real angel investor. That helps. That's what you do. You need to be able to do this. And you become an enemy in the marketing world to every single marketing department of every Fortune 500 that exists. And in addition to every advertising, so are you going to be able to see what that way? It is rather I sent you something we talked about it a little bit that um, Meta at least has stated that all of its advertising by December will be perhaps AI enhanced or they release a lot of that. Whether how much influence that's going to have, you tell me. I can tell you I'm on social media. So Facebook, Meta. So Facebook, I can give you the TikTokers that I see. I created this robot that basically makes my entire life into videos, and it is uh, uh, basically every 7 minutes a random song that I have created. Created a random song, a top 100 song from any decade, basically. This giant playlist of like 20,000 songs that I made this robot that automatically up, uh, automatically takes 1 minute of my life and plays music over it. And while the video is processing and uploading, TikTok shows me a random creator. And these creators are getting so good. The AI for some of these creators is so good. I can't help it. Sometimes I'll look at these things and that's a real person, that's a real person, that's a real person. And then I'll look at the profile and it'll say AI. It's to the point, at least in psychology, it's called the uncanny valley, where you can't tell the difference between real and AI. You're at that point. It's going to be very easy for these large market organizations to no longer need to pay actors, no longer need to pay musicians, and it's everything in AI. And it looks very realistic. perhaps better than what the human eye would be able to perceive. And once that happens, we're at a point where something like a cake or whatever you call it, riser, uh, becomes perhaps almost good technology. You'll have to bring
like even if you have AI cheap, but that's great. You actually with that be the most real action.
like
And so this marketplace is effective, not just like creation.
I agree. It's basically wrapped in its focus group. And
The AI
You need data.
and so AI you need to get to it's gonna have that. So it'll be good.
I,
So I really where I and what impact if I get just videos.
I
So I need
so that's correct.
Just gonna here's like all right. Jobs it's what I what just
and I think like six point AI produce that slot. I haven't like I guess I have like in terms this but I would so you can maybe I'm just like you can manage it alone. Just click a side of what's amazing single different like insane. So something has the that creativity can be authentic and
There is that may occur. And with at least something or whatever you want to call it, there's another aspect to it that has been that makes it more powerful. And that is the fact that users will have to to use their own social media to link to uptake or whatever it's called. I call you that. And thus, you will have crowdsourced advertising that may stay on a user profile for days, weeks, months, years, and it's free advertising for a corporation. And that aspect of it, I think, would be very attractive to corporations. That AI can do that. AI can force you to post something on your platform, on your account. You don't want it. It can show an ad there, yeah, but somebody has to pay for that ad. Free advertising is the best kind of advertising. And so if you have the market, basically the people, the users of the platform who are willing to make some kind of creation, either with a browser, AI, or whatever, and post that on their own profile, that's an incredible tool for advertising that isn't current. And the idea that it would be a content system is exciting to people. It brings back that competitive nature that people have like hands on a hard body. Everybody wants to win. And so, yeah, somebody can post something on their social media account, link it to a cake, and then see how it does. And maybe they'll take it out after the contest ends. And a lot of people will. A lot of people want other people to see the art that they created. And it's basically creating a new type of economy.
Interesting. Oh, stories actually.
Absolutely. Yes. So,
Yes.
that's great. Yeah, I'm based on Berlin, California, which, if you're familiar, it's just south of Los Angeles, 45 minutes or so.
Oh,
So
okay. I've heard of.
that's it's between San Diego and it's where Disneyland
Oh, well,
borders Anaheim, which isn't
yeah, yeah.
as so. Yep, and we're they have power players that want to reiterate your point. What to expect is certainly placing people's jobs and quite quickly. I started the stream while still employed with a major organization, and have been able to use savings that I have from that. And when I started this in 2021, I was able to live my life during the pandemic. So which was actually seeing what the pandemic was like. And then moving into November of 2022, I became an early adopter of ChatGPT, and then was actually a user when it launched November 30th, 2022. So I still have this like AI part of my post that I've been able to see ChatGPT 1, ChatGPT 2, ChatGPT 3.5, 4, 5, its competitors, and Grok, and Claude, and Gemini, and what they've done to society. It's a really exciting opportunity to be able to study, especially in the future, from this standpoint. My stream was a time capsule that we see what life is like before AI, and I was on a podcast last week, an Australian podcast, and uh, we were talking about what you're not talking about, the impact that AI has on our society, and basically, we there's so many questions that exist, but perhaps I think we experiment in the future might look at other people who have huge amounts of data to actually be able to get a portal or a vision of what the I think that would be really exciting for people to see.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think that's pretty good. You know, and that's what. And even Doc into the kids like for 30 call reception within like 3 minutes.
Right?
Then now you call on and people. There's no work. It's just that wait time. Time. It's just don't work out. And I think it's so bad. Doctors, team doctor, and they're just anyhow. So it's gonna be
And
anyway.
robots that are massive loss, and especially and similar career cut service no longer and very soon we'll see those like certain truck drivers will have already into even positions that are replaced. And when you eventually have a robot that doesn't integrate, that doesn't make more 24 hours a day, all you have to do is invest in a team of people, and they just have to be plugged in. Why wouldn't you do that? You make your own business. Now, I think this is well, that's an excellent question. And ecos, I really think that we need experience on type of resurgence in the arts. I don't be a for people art still and AI will not value as arts that people have. That's basic type of secondary renaissance of music and art and pottery. Everything else will be replaced. So the only thing that humans will be able to do that is of more value than what a robot can do are the no one is people may want a piece of pottery that was created by a robot, but they may want a piece of pottery that was created by some artist just because they know that it actually can make what goes on.
I mean, I think like a team has lacking anything where they're inundated.
I, 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 I disagree to some extent because people will just not know what it is like to live at the culture. And they'll just understand that they live their life where everything went low, and instead of a teacher who normally would have a classroom with 25 grade children, now have 100 or 200 people in their teaching. But since they don't have to control them and don't run people on the street, they basically have the ability that they can do their literature. And even was this is even a quick study, but in a robotics surgeon that was I think 86%. Oh no, not just surgeon, doctor. The robotic doctor that was able to diagnose people with 86% accuracy. This was 2 years ago, when a human doctor, even the best one, it was less than 80%, was about 78%. So already, there's this old technology that's already more accurate than a human. And then when it comes to surgeries are already, there's something called the Da Vinci robotic surgeon that surgery can be done anywhere in the world with extreme accuracy, laser precision. And you can have basically a robot that has human guidance be able to perform 8 or 10 different surgeries over the course of a day. Where normally there would just be one surgeon. A surgeon could only perform one, maybe for the week or whatever it may be. And certainly when it comes to the idea of properly diagnosing different diseases, doctors are
Sorry,
always
it's just been
and as well when when you go to law school to just 3 years on top of having a 4 year degree and just learn how to breathe. A brief might take you 2 hours to be able to do. A chatbot can do in a matter of seconds. I really think that I've heard this before, that the top law firms in the world will essentially um, collude to have software that's better than the very expensive, so that small attorney practices will not have the same opportunity in the case law. So it would be very expensive to be able to get a membership or the credits to be able to use it, and basically pull much of the legal world out of because of the paywall of the different software that they use for legal use and looking up perhaps legal uh, prior legal cases, and thus you would have to use one of these major law firms, or in a significant disadvantage that your brief, your legal arguments won't be as good as the big guy, the big firm. And you look at things like accounting. I already would trust AI accounting more than I would trust.
and there's find the missing, you know, in your workshop. Those jobs.
And that's why the quality control, absolutely. And that's where the influencer, if you ask at least in the United States, an American young person, what the top desired job is, it used to always be an athlete, but now it's become influencer because there's some idea that the ability to become independent, financially independent, and self-sufficient for long periods of time by gaining a network and the community may have more opportunity than your previous lawyer, doctor, sports star.
Yeah.
Maybe some truth to that. And I see these streamers, and I certainly am one of them. I know that it can be extremely competitive for the top, top streamers, not for everyone, but given enough time, long periods, if you're able to do anything for a long period, generally will gain traction and become successful. I'm not saying you absolutely will, but I don't know if you're familiar with the most popular podcast generated in the world. It started out as just Joe Rogan talking with his friend on his apartment or his house, and they really didn't gained too much traction for the first 5 years, so they didn't have many sponsors. But eventually, Joe Rogan's approach to be a billionaire just by talking into a microphone, because he's been doing it now for 17 years, and a lot of people jumped on that.
Like,
Probably is. It's probably the is it echo or is it music?
sound music. It wasn't happening.
It wasn't happening previously.
No.
Okay. I will. I'm gonna. My, tell me if it shuts off. Okay. No, I know. I was just muting myself. Did it shut off when I shut
Like, we'll continue.
So there are some other people here who are some of them maybe playing like but they also either be like mute. So I don't know if they would be doing that anyway, just like in terms of influencer work, though, it's when I probably 10 years ago would say to a kid who said I'm going to be an influencer, I'd laugh at that. Come on, get a real job. And with the AI revolution that's occurred, that seems like a viable option. And the younger you start, the more business it can be. And I was saying previously that TikTok it throws content at me, and the devices that I'm using for these music videos are probably 10 or 15 feet away from me. So I don't necessarily, I'm not paying attention to them. But many of them say parent run account, where parents are basically monetizing their children at whatever age they may be to generate more income to the family and perhaps give their children a head start. I could say, is that good parenting, or is this something that I endorse generally for kids? But this was done previously with child actors and pageant films and those kinds of things. And I recognize that parents are becoming more and more desperate for money. And they see their children, perhaps, when I say children, you have to have to have a social media account, so you're supposed to. But for those kids who get a big following as a young person, then they become an adult. That's quite a head start that they can have in selling things and partnering with different organizations
A vital career path, I guess. And genuine.
there's no health insurance, no retirement. What you do if you get a contract spread in your social security account, are you just a burden to society? You accidentally have something like that. It's it's uh it's a dangerous game that influencer route poses. Um,
Well, that's exactly just yeah, they promote really, really this notion of
right.
essentially You're on your own. For I have a pension. When I retire, this is to build action. And that doesn't years to it. And you get that. Which, yeah, it's a reason to do. It's not that easy to do.
Right.
First startup. So anyway, it's just anything new. Yeah, so that's
Very successful.
very successful. And it's like it's crazy. But no, so he's kind of
Absolutely.
like for him, just had a ton of like more than and carrying on. He got lucky. Something like that. And he is just, I don't know what, he's just got right. But most
Oh, you said 90% of all businesses fail. There's this 90% of all first year fail. And when it comes to influencers, it's got to be 99 reach what the reach. I mean, it's like you said, like needle in a haystack. I can tell you as someone who is fortunate to not have to do some type of what I want to call it, ambush to go viral. I recognize that it's a long game that we play. And I recognize also that this is what I enjoy that they have some value in the future. But I can tell you, and I'm not looking at this, it has a X space, which is like Twitter, which is on video, and I had it open for 24 hours a day for 365 days. And I gained 31 followers. Like, that's, I can tell you that I have many of my channels. I'm live on quite a few different channels, but I don't pay attention to subscribers because it's just nothing. But I don't have more than subscribers on those channels. I can tell you there's another person I know who shoots their like they like they have 300 followers. Like they get 1 follower a day. And if you don't have some kind of niche, like catch someone's attention, kind of idea, if you think you're just gonna go viral like this, just sitting there, unless you're gonna play a really, really long game, it is not going to be too fortuitous to you. I can tell you, at least like for this Discord, I have a lot of pride in, because there's 3,000 people out there that are really interested individuals. And I didn't start this Discord originally. I've only been around for almost 2 years, but to get even 3,000, like to have 3,000 people within like it's is difficult, especially because Discord doesn't allow you to promote yourself very easily. I can tell you on Instagram, I have like 10,000 followers, and on Twitch I have like 50,000 followers. But those followers don't pay attention to me nearly as much as the people on Discord or even the people on X. So it also depends on what platform they're on and how engaged people are. I was in a call with someone. He, as you may know this guy, he's a actor from he's very popular in the Twitter space. Person with like 45,000 followers, 1,000 followers. And as he said, that 10 years ago when he was 10,000 followers, he had much more interaction with people and made more impressions with people than he does with an account of 50,000, just based on competition and based on the lack of reach and how things that can happen. I sometimes brainstorm with Riser about what I I I think that I have a good strategy, which is this, which I haven't been utilizing as much as I should. Well, people's podcasts. Like I said, people say I've done this. I struggle with person's podcast later this week, and they invited me to do like a 5-part series. So the first one is going to be on life extension. The second is going to be on Earth improvement. The third is going to be on mega projects. The fourth is going to be on space exploration. The fifth is going to be on the super intelligent one. And basically, these are interesting topics that I'll be able to. Somebody's going to hear what I say and say, hey, I'm going to do this podcast. I'd like you to do my podcast, or I'd like to, like basically get my brand out there. And I did this recently. I really started this week. And if you're like, why did you do this before? It's just a thing. Like Riser and I were trying to give it a name. We called it ambush guesting or something like that, where you just put out a bunch of requests to podcasts and see if any of them will request like allow you to come on. And I did this to another person, and they're going to have me on their podcast. And I basically said to myself, if I make this my job for the next 52 weeks, and I'm at least on one podcast a week or so, somebody's going to hear what I do. Say, wait a second, you mean I can go back at any moment in your life in the last 5 years, essentially, and see your life from multiple angles. If you have all this data, and data's very stronger than research, it surpassed petroleum. There's something to that. That's a really interesting project. Perhaps I'll get more more influence because of that. And I do this because it's just it's enjoying. I get a lot of enjoyment out of recording my life, like a journal, like a diary. So it doesn't cost me from a personal standpoint. I love being married and have children, those kind of things. But fortunately, as a male, I'm able to file that I'm against as a female. And the way some of those decisions, if I'm a female, I would have taken 5 years of my life and just dedicated to live stream. I would have wanted
Well,
well, perhaps. I Riser and I have discussed the podcast and having your own podcast. Both he and I have had our own podcast with limited success. But the idea of just you have at least I have like a Twitter account that I had Twitter accounts at the time of season, but they get banned for whatever reason. And you don't always know why you get banned. It's kind of this uphill climb that you have, and then they can sweep your legs up from under you, and you're back to square one. Enough people know about it now that it's strong enough medium-sized Twitter account that I can go to people, and it shows that I have some legitimacy that other people have listened to what I've said. And I've been on other podcasts now that basically usually those say that I found what I was so interesting on this podcast, et cetera, et cetera. And there's a lot that at least personally, that I would talk about from a science perspective, from a project perspective, or just from the stuff, the future of humanity. Yeah, people will have a 30-minute or an hour long that's the strategy that I'm using. Whether it works or not, well, we'll see a year from now where we're at. But I think that from an influencer perspective, everybody needs something different. Like first time I found a niche that is extremely uh, last week is extremely successful. But who knows if
Can I
that's
tell you a little bit more about the niche? He searched around niches out there from everything the most successful. So the, what crime? I think he anime and is like he couldn't care less.
that's it. But it makes money.
He's explored like other ones. And he's learned right? Very, very different than what you are really, really enjoying. You know, you're probably driven to business from years old. I'm going to successful and what
Absolutely.
so that's and you're
That's true.
which is really important.
You know, I've been in a startup role, I've worked for major organizations, and I made a good amount of money for me trying to start this. I couldn't be without it. And but to me, there's a historical thing that really drives the footage that is being recorded and the events that are being recorded upstream value civilization in the future. I just look at how we look at old photographs or old videos, vintage events. It would be dishonest to say that I did not connect to them, that there was something really special in that which we had more of than lost all the other aspects of society. And I do know in the back of my mind, data is its number one resource. And I got quite a bit of it. I think I'm almost, I will concept created by one individual anyway. Nobody is on YouTube 20 different streams simultaneously, 24/7, for almost 5 years. It's a great question. I
Still do.
absolutely, like I said, that it's more difficult to do IRL streaming because of the data, overheating of phone, power issues, and like you're driving in a car and something where like it's just more complicated. And I'm only live on one street, and I like to live on 20 different. But then if there was something that came into my life and said, look, I am all on board with this live streaming thing. I love it. I want to live with you. Let's do this together. I'm not saying that I would be against it, but I'm not looking for that. I recognize that this project has the opportunity to make me my football by generations to come. What we don't ever want. And so it's just like just be patient. And also, I might be able to get So I'm not saying I would be able to get a room, or that I haven't had the opportunity. But the fact is, I'd be able to get perhaps any woman I want. This gone viral or does go viral. There are a lot of people there who are attracted to be like the world's largest kind and to make their words, their life the world's largest kind. I recognize that if I just keep focusing on this, that the women will come and will be able to have my foot in the leather, so to speak. But obviously, I want someone to comfortable being on camera and living their life on camera. But if she said, hey, I want to have privacy, I'm all about that. That's absolutely fine. I understand that too. I don't, it's not a deal breaker if she said no cameras in the bedroom or no cameras for our children or something. Right, exactly. So I understand that there are some limitations, but I really, um, I want a woman. I've always felt this way that I would be older when I would get married because I wanted to be established. Um, if I weren't doing this, I would still be in the corporate world and making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Recognizing though that this, this opportunity, in addition to being able to archive the world's history, uh, can make me not just a billionaire or a billionaire, but in terms of a trillionaire, meaning just like generational wealth that never my children will never grandchildren. And the opportunity to get back to the scripture it's about help every single person is helping not just be able to take care of themselves and their friends and their family, but to be able to start charities that help the world and have to really start maybe in my own way revolution. That's really exciting to me. And I recognize that it's a sacrifice that I am making, but I need basically doing the same thing. And as most people, they're just relaxing in the comfort of their own home, perhaps watching podcasts, watching sports, and interacting with their friends. If they make us fun, do you mind if I ask a question? Right. Thank you for your patience.
Would you take your hand?
No, I did. I just. Um,
That one time.
that's an interesting point. Could you imagine it in Texas? One of the contestants is there making that argument. Well, according to it's none of us are actually touch watching this Nissan.
Like wonders.
And you players.
Well, you most certainly would then. One of my favorite quotes is Arthur uh, Clarke's. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indiscernible from magic. That would certainly look magical. I mean, I know when I first, actually, the first month that I used ChatGPT, it stunk. It was very unimpressive. I mean, it didn't get a lot of things right. And I remember being like, oh, this is just like a regular chatbot that I've used on customer service website for years and this stinks. But it got very good, very super after launch. Yeah. So,
There's when people
well, that's well, that's the other. And people have tried to use that. At least in California courts, they allow you to be represented by artificial intelligence. You still need a representative who has passed the bar. Even though ChatGPT has been able to pass the bar from a test perspective, you still have to be a. And I think that there will be some type of restrictions on some professions. Perhaps the ones that are very powerful, doctor, lawyer, CEO, venture capitalist, say, no, you can't replace this position. Just because of the power of those roles, they may be, I don't want to say completely irreplaceable, but certainly not as easily replaced as a standard customer service agent. So there's an organization in San Francisco called Stop Killer Robots. And when I first heard about this organization, it seemed almost humorous, such a name. But each day that becomes more serious. There was one in Dallas, Texas, that we discussed of a robot that actually killed someone. It was like basically a remote control, but it killed somebody hostage or something. And that was like the first documented killing of an individual by a robot. That was not a crime or something. You see what's going on in the best tools of war are no longer aircraft carrier battlefield, but are drones, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. We need, yeah, I mean, um, yeah, rescuing a dog.
There's a fine line between tool and actual act. We have in the United States police departments that have robots that for awareness on the streets. It's I don't know. It looks like a giant like dumped, and it basically has cameras on it. It goes around different parts and has like a little speaker on it. And if you run into trouble or something, you can go up to by the police or whatever, but somebody's watching it from a remote. It's kind of one of these things where fine line between that and RoboCop.
Yeah, I mean, the robot too is what it like. They prove it carrying process. Generally speaking, humans
A huge advocate of non-lethal alternatives in law enforcement. And I have always said this, even as a young person. Why do we give police guns? Or why do they have such uh, uh, ability to use a gun when there are tranquilizers out there that have been used for the last century to bring down big game? You can take down an elephant with a tranquilizer dart almost immediately, and that elephant will be incapacitated for 30 minutes or hours for you to be able to do whatever. And then it's brought back and it's back to normal. Why can't you use those on individuals? Basically, I think that society should replace firearms and law enforcement with tranquilizers. Now, do I think that
even if you want
exactly,
even like the
exactly. And you could use different types of toxins or tranquilizer chemical to get something down. And I just, I am perhaps naive or just a positive individual who thinks that you could use the same. There is a world out there. I don't know exactly where it is, but science could find that you can use a dart on a small woman and a large man without having to change anything. And whether the dart knows the like can sense the size of the person or how much dosage it's going to give, or just it basically will not kill them. It will just here's an example with the taser or like use of like electric. They don't take into account the size of the target. It's like if you're going to get tased, you get the same taser as a small woman as you do a large dog or a large man, I should say. Exactly. So I think that the same thing could be done on with non-lethal. And I, I don't. So at least in the United States, there's a big um, loophole that's known as qualified immunity that allows police to be able to use excessive force at times if needed for the to ensure the peaceful restraint of an individual. But even at times it can become and you can't sue but there's a major push in the United States that I think it's going to be brought not by the ground grassroots level, but I think from insurance companies. Insurance companies are finding that it is becoming, and I should say local departments, it's extremely expensive to pay out bad cops. It basically run the statistics like 10% of bad cops cause 90% of the police's problems, something like that. And if you require police officers to insure themselves, just like you do with a car, if you're a bad driver, eventually you'll be unable to drive because you won't be able to pay for your insurance in the same way as a police officer. there's a push for this. I can see this potentially happening. There's going to be a time where there's an overlap between AI and robotic law enforcement, and perhaps some type of insurance regulation or restriction on that topic because it just becomes extremely expensive to have a police department that is getting sued all the time, and eventually some cities and jurisdictions are going to no longer be able to do it. They're going to say, look, you're going to move the insurance liability for our small town or medium city or large metropolis to the individuals who. I think if that happens, many were accidental shooting will be far less. Um, Police will be far less motivated to go out there.
Yeah, no, I agree. I had this at the end of my.
Do you need a police officer to get you a cup of coffee? Are you
That would be nice. It would be nice.
very nice?
Yeah, I was gonna. Yeah, usually, if AI could potentially maybe have a create their ad, AI ad, that it becomes it's like ad or becomes like an AI ad. So Google their potential activity, they use AI like is really exactly the first time.
I agree.
And also like the advertising and learn they might custom ad advertisement by people want the most and most. It's kind of
Well, you and I discussed this at one point. How I think in the future, it's already this is, but when you have an advertisement, if you can connect it with a real person that people know exists with their handle or whatever, how much more powerful that ad is going to be because people know that it's not automatically generated or does that make sense?
yeah, people are way video. People hate it. Yeah, it's just like you can
But those are the ones that you know. I can almost guarantee that you have seen some type of advertisement that is AI that you didn't know was AI.
yeah, no,
So for whatever you want to call your, I call it update. You, you're talking to Mama Dresser as well. She recognizes how expensive it is for others to make you an but all you really need is a website that can post links, a comment system, a voting mechanism, and you can go to different organizations basically sponsor contests. And once the mouth gets out about it, everybody's going to come. So I think with this idea, there's limited overhead. But this idea fails immediately if you're hosting all the videos. But if you're not hosting it, it's just links that people would see. It's like right there. If you look in this Discord below, you're gonna see a section. So under 24, there's 24/7 live streams, and then you're gonna see like art and cowboy hat art, and it says Rabbi Rothschild. Do you see that?
I see. There's Rabbi Rothschild.
The section below radio stations. At the bottom of that, you see TikTok music videos.
You have to go into
No, there's no about section. It's okay. So below, there's a red heart, cowboy hat, and a red heart. Do you see that? It's a Rabbi Rothschild. And then it's a moderator only rank ups, the AI technology, Instagram, Linktree, preferences, TikTok, YouTube, podcast, leaderboard. Do you see that? Yeah. And then do you see TikTok music videos?
There's one that says TikTok.
Below that, it's like 5 down. It says TikTok music videos.
No, under the Instagram.
No. And then it says leaderboard, and then TikTok music videos.
Mine says leaderboard. Rabbi interview.
Okay, just one moment. This is really interesting. Okay, so let me make sure that it is available. The reason why I want you to see this is basically what the website. Oh, apologies. Can you see it now? Um, so you don't see the section that says TikTok videos?
No, not in.
I'll just send you a link to it. And the reason I want you to see this link is because it is essentially what your website would be. It's basically like hosted. Like, so the only difference is you would you would be able to see the whole video on the website and but like basically Discord isn't okay, that's actually not what I wanted. TikTok videos. Okay. So go there and you see that there's just like every 5 minutes or something a new music video that's being created. As I've been talking to you before, there are random music videos that but Discord is not hosting them. TikTok is. Your website would be essentially this. The idea that you would, except you could play the video, there'd be like some kind of embedded video that would still be hosted on TikTok, but it would just give like a little thumbnail of it, and people would vote on it. Discord doesn't have the capability of the current conditions. They don't want to pay for all the hosting, so they limit how much they can basically post in their Discord. However, TikTok allows for you to post whatever you want, generally, from a capacity standpoint. So what you would do is be like the Discord. Like you would just have links like this, but when you click the link, it will take you to the person's page, or you'd be able to view an embedded version of it on your website. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get it. Explain.
Well, I don't. I did. When you build a system, you're posting TikTok.
We're in Discord right now.
Okay. So if you're doing just right,
Okay?
then audits, operation, keep it. Sounds like you. The, if you have, if you're building,
That's correct.
you just start platforms that connect, you know, create general public. I have really, but you need all the privacy. You need all kinds of possible going on. If you say much,
Absolutely. And that's why
so subscribing to me, it's a build.
that, that won't work. You're well in agreement with that. You have to host everything. You are you'll have some legal issues, but they won't be nearly as big as what it would be building your own platform. The big issue is hosting. The big issue is hosting data because that is a monthly bill that you can get that will continue to increase. Essentially, I mean, I'm sure they have Craigslist in Canada.
Yes.
Okay, so Craigslist, it's a very simple website that doesn't have huge amounts of data that are being stored. So this would be like a something simple like that. That let's use a real world example. The Coca-Cola company wants to get better advertising for what they're doing, and they you connect with their marketing or somehow you say that normally you're going to pay a marketing agency $1 million to do your holiday campaign. That's great. What you can do is give away $100,000 to the winner of a contest, and you're going to get, instead of the minds of a boardroom of 15 creatives, you're going to get 15,000 entries on this. And not only that, to the people, these people are going to host their contest on their social media. So whenever their friends are just doing their social media, it's a free Coca-Cola ad for you. And it isn't just for as long as you want to pay for it, it's free and it's free indefinitely. Some people are going to take it down the second the contest is over. Some people are going to leave it there for 5 years. It's going to have impressions on people 5 years from now to drink Coca-Cola. And all you have to do is give away $100,000 in a contest, which you guys do all of the time. And if you will agree to putting up the money for this, you wouldn't start with Coca-Cola, you start small. But essentially, that's the goal. We're going to be able to cut your advertising budget by, for just the holiday season, $900,000. They spend more than this on their digital campaigns, but we're just using round numbers. And on top of that, you're going to have 100 times more reach because all of the contest entries are going to be posted on social media, which is going to allow you to dominate digital platforms where you would never be able to get previously. You wouldn't be able to get on some artist's platform, on some artist's main page under normal conditions. They wouldn't care enough about Coca-Cola. However, the fact that this artist put in work to create some kind of video or AI or some type of commercial, whatever it would be, you are now going to be able to, uh, the word would be almost seep into the areas where your marketing previously would fail. You're going to be able to do it for cheaper. And for Riser's point of view, all he has to do is have the money and have people have the links, and then just give a picture, just like I showed in Discord, and people would click a button and it would play a video, and then people would just quote it and have a comment entry. And then let's say the contest runs for a month. At the end of the month, whatever one Coca-Cola chose wins. It's not necessarily who has the most upvotes, because people can game the system that way. We just want it to be whatever one that Coca-Cola likes. Coca-Cola takes that and puts it out in their holiday 2026 campaign, and all of the people who didn't win, either out of sheer laziness or because they actually appreciated what people said about their art and got more people to go to their social media, are going to keep up with a lot of Coca-Cola ads when previously they wouldn't have. This will basically transform social media into being just, hey, here are pictures of my vacation, maybe 10 different pictures of those, to being maybe one of Coca-Cola and another of Anheuser-Busch and another of Honda. And so for every 10 videos that somebody may upload, they may get some free advertising, and that could be long term. On top of that, this creates type of a new type of industry, artists and creators and people who are into video editing and actors and people who just basically look, we're going to put something together. We think it's really creative, and if Coca-Cola makes it, we have a chance to make basically a year's salary on this contest. And there are going to be a lot of people who apply for the Coca-Cola contest because that's a big grant and it's a big prize. But you're going to have some smaller organizations, maybe even a small restaurant that may say, we don't have $100,000 to give away. We don't have $10,000 to give away. We don't have $1,000 to give away. But we give you $100 in our gift cards, and they may get 30 entries for that just in a local contest that they're having. And basically, I've said to Riser about this. You're going to be able to lower the cost of marketing, which are extremely high for different advertisers. You're going to be able to essentially invade people's social media in ways that we haven't been able to do previously, which is positive advertising. You're going to allow creative people to be able to make more money, and artists are going to benefit them. And all you have to do is host a bunch of links on the website. Now, will you need general counsel, perhaps at the beginning, to have terms and conditions? And absolutely, you're going to have some type of legal team. And but in terms of this is where this is really not hosting it. Let's say that there's some kind of I don't know, just malicious content somebody doesn't like. Well, guess what? Riser isn't hosting it. TikTok's hosting it, or Instagram's hosting it. YouTube's hosting it. So long as it gets past their very strict system, generally it's going to be fine on Riser's website. And so you basically are going to utilize all of the general console of YouTube, meaning Alphabet, and Facebook, meaning Meta and TikTok, meaning ByteDance, they're already basically the filter for all of the content you're going to have. So you don't have to. Miss Aquarius, I'll be with you in a moment.
Sorry?
Okay, Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius, take care. Go ahead, Mrs. Red.
So if I'm creating it,
Yes.
then I'm not allowed to upload without authorization.
Well,
So I can't pay a program. I would why or whatever. They'll shut you down.
time. If they have a Coke at the ground up there where they drink the Coke on camera, there's nothing people about that. And Coke itself, once they can change their policy, say, we want people to be making more content with Coke. If we get too protective of our label, or of our trademark, then we are going to get as much advertising now. Where Coke is going to be extremely litigious is if you try to make your own formula that's like Coke, have a similar red trademark or red brand. That's where they would be litigious. But basically, having people drink Coke is just better for their brand. Yeah, so we talked about this right where I did. We have a situation where you have someone uh, like maliciously takes Coke and just pours it down the toilet. Okay, their entry is going to be all the way to the very bottom, and on top of that, under current law, they're able to do that anyway. So you just don't pay attention to those people. But you will get some people out there who create a better ad campaign than just your standard Coca-Cola and polar bear or whatever it is. And the people at Coke are going to say, you know what, previously we would have gotten from our marketing team and internal marketing maybe 5 good ideas. But using Riser's idea, we got 5,000 really good ideas. We had a bunch of people vote on it, and on top of all of that, there's so many attritions because people are going to be voting on this that Coke is going to be on all these people's minds because they're going to say Coke at Coke at Coke at Coke. Anybody needs this. And so previously, I mean, I could really say, under what conditions do you have somebody who voluntarily watches 5 Coca-Cola ads one after another? It really never happens. In this case, you have tens of thousands of people doing it.
Right.
And people would do it just to see that
All this stuff.
if you use
You know, if you're voting, it's a bigger idea.
oh, it was, but it's so big of an idea that you have I don't know how many children you have, but you have two very successful sons. One of them, I think, can be much more successful than the other one. You know, the other one is doing quite well. Riker is a type of thinker, an outside the box thinker that has some ideas that can make him a billionaire. So I would say to you, by the time that you're of retirement age, looking at that perhaps $200,000, you're not going to have to worry about it. You're going to have two sons who are extremely successful. And with the ideas that Reiser has, if he were to create a website, pick the links, and basically use the different social medias as a filter, and just connect with some smaller brands just to start, and they will see how successful this is for their brand. He's going to have all the big players who are going to want to play, and it's going to be on this website. They're going to be able to spend money on they're creative, they're going to be able to have more effective social media and branding. On top of that, under no other condition are you going to have somebody voluntarily put an advertisement on their social media unless they know that this is a contest action and they're proud of it, and they see it as art and not necessarily as an advertisement for a large corporation.
Right. Yeah. I mean, next step is I understand this.
Well,
And yeah,
well, did Riser tell you how this idea came about?
I know that
So,
something. So,
okay, so,
but yes,
oh, absolutely. So, Riser, do you mind if I heard how it came about? So I was in a tech space call with cryptocurrency, and they said that they had a website, all this, like, they had just this plan, et cetera, et cetera. And I said to them, I don't understand why you're doing what you're saying you're doing. And I basically said, look, it'd be much better if you just were a part of whatever contest. And so I initially brought it up with this other organization, and they're like, that's the best thing. However, I haven't heard anything from them. And so a few months went by, and Ryder and I were talking, and I had this discussion with this other person, but I don't know if they ever ran with it. This is a big idea, like you're saying, and it takes a lot of work to do. But if you want a million trillion dollar idea, here is one. And then we start talking about it, brainstorming Mondays, some other things like that. So it was something that in the conversation that I had with different organizations, but they didn't have it. It was just it to me just made sense. And I got really big ideas that I think could be really good. And Rachel and I talk about it, but basically what I'm saying is that there is a void in the market right now, and Pfizer certainly fill that void. And all of all it's going to take is a website that is a name that's memorable. And he has some other. Riser, what did you say? What was it called?
It's called
That's a good one. That's a good one. It just sticks out in my head because it's intangible, but uh, uh, Crowd Spark is great. I like that. And so he's got the name. So then he's got to get the website. And once he gets the website, then he's got to start populating it. And once he did, then he has to find someone to we put up a little money for a contest. But it could just be a gift certificate. It doesn't have to start out with this huge cash prizes. And then he's going to get people to know about it in the market as artists. And the way that he could do that is through social media that already exists. But it's then he would probably have to, and I'm sure at some point, have to have some type of legal review the terms and conditions. This is going to be a contest, and to make sure that it's legal in your location. There are some issues with that. And then, running a contest. This is going to be an international contest. How is that going to work, and how can you assure that? Yeah, so he basically need to perhaps organize. He wouldn't have to organize this, but just find an escrow system. So basically, these are just so a company could, so they don't run away, and that the money isn't delivered until there's an actual winner, and all of those things. But he, they're within this. He has not said he has to hire anybody, nor does he have to. He might have to hire some people, but that's down the line. He could use contractors in the meantime. he already knows how to program this system, so the website wouldn't be that hard. It's really about marketing. If anything, and I tell them this, it's got to be fast at moving these things because the boy can perhaps be there forever, and he's going to want to take advantage of it as quickly as possible. Again, with the conversation that I had months ago with a company, I don't think they were more, this is what they do. It's that they wanted to give away cryptocurrency to organizations, and they didn't want to run it like a contest. They didn't want to bring it. They wanted it only to be like small time creators. And I was like, why limit yourself to small time creators? Why not just pay cold hard cash to individuals who create it, like artists from corporations? And these contests are done all the time. And they thought it was a great idea. I still think it's a great idea. It just the big thing is the website. So, yes, do you have a website? Or do
I built a way already, like separate user sign. Basically, Google and just like sign as that's obviously in order to subscribe and then um, that's as far as trying to identify or and spending AI risk and whatnot. So they don't think opportunity and along with them dedicated
so,
to life faster challenges and very good businesses
so Riser, if I were you, this is what I would do.
bootstrapping a like notoriously difficult because you need both companies that are going to want to post the content as well. Made some to probably
It just
website.
it just
Money.
it just takes something else to do that. Riser, if I were you, this is what I would do. I would recognize I don't have the funds to do this, and my parents are not going to do it. But your brother now, hold on. I would come up with a really good pitch deck. I would come up with a really good pitch deck. Why not? It's not that much money.
Not
Okay, I mean, wouldn't you eventually tell him about it anyway? Wouldn't you eventually tell your brother about it anyway?
Yeah, he just startups.
Okay,
He's very
that's fine. It's just if you go to venture capital with this, they can usually just take this idea and leave you with it.
I mean, Yeah.
I mean, basically, you're going to be giving them the goal and go to venture capital and say, I can put all your marketing business and create this. They're going to say, okay, that's great, right? So they're going to. And let me just say this. I know that I don't know. My resume makes it excellent, but it's not good to get into family. However, you could at least tell your brother about this. Hey, look, I know that you've got so I want you to know that I would basically run this organization to just be an angel investor. And it's not like you need hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're talking like maybe some small startup capital that he might like the idea. If you put together a nice video for him and showed him the website, he might think, you know what, I'm doing really well right now, but this is a really good idea. This might take me from millionaire status to billionaire status. Because generally, listen, unless you become a major, that's difficult to do. However, it's not if you have some kind of idea like, and just run it by him. If he says, I hate that idea, that's the worst idea ever, okay, so you try. But he's not going to go run away with the idea and make a ton of money off of you like venture capital.
Yeah, right. Maybe 10,000 influence and only get the word out because you want to hit the ground. And then little slushy, but much more like makes more pay attention. They're indie AI or comedy or just creators in direct art ones that feel like this is big opportunity, make money, check it out.
I think go the if you go the influencer route, you're throwing your money in my there are enough small, medium-sized businesses just in the podcast realm that are doing everything that they can to grow as organizations. These are companies like I'm sure you've heard them, like the B90s of the world and the Squarespace of the world. They're not super giant, and you basically can say to them, "Look, I want to get better, and the way that we're going to do that is by sponsoring a contest at my website. You guys already have social media. You just have to put a post that says, hey, we're running a contest for Squarespace. Whoever comes up with the best ad for us on Uptake wins $10,000. That's in their best interest. If you want to give your money away or anybody else's money away to some influencer who's not going to care about it. Use the advertiser themselves. They already have a platform, have a network. And that's just going to improve their sales, improve the impressions that they get.
Yeah, no, I like that.
So this, this is what I would do. I would. You already can't afford to go plus like what your mom said. There is capital that's needed for this, and you have a normal family, but you do have one person who could perhaps help you in interest. And instead of going to venture capital, that's just going to take this idea and spin it out, because you can't really protect it. If you trade with no patent, there's nothing you can really do to stop someone from doing it. I would at least make my brother aware that I practice that. I mean, that's the best thing to do as a brother. Just he's already had a lot of success. Ask him to get his opinion. but I'd also come up with a business plan to say, look, if you want a part of this, I'll give you 50% equity in this. You don't have to run anything. And for all I need is the website and and just basic operating costs. And I can get salary out of this. But your brother may say, wait, for like $10,000, I can basically perhaps have the opportunity of being a billionaire. He makes $10,000 easily in a few days of revenue on YouTube channel. That's not anything serious there. But if you came up with a really good video that was exciting, that shows how this is industry shaping idea, he might go for it. And if he does, it's going to make him a lot of money. It's going to make you a lot of money. And look, I've been around a lot of millionaires in my life. Yeah, I do. You just need the website. All you need is the website, and then from there, you just send emails, or even you can just get in contact with smaller companies like ZipRecruiter and MeUndies and Squarespace. Not super big Fortune 500. Not talking about Chevron or Canadian Railways yet. Nothing like that. But people who are already looking at ways to advertise. Really, the podcast realm are these people because to do live reads on podcasts is something that they have in their budget. You basically are going to say to them, look, I just want you, instead of spending $5,000 to have somebody read your ad on one podcast, take that $5,000 and say, we're going to run a contest, and the best ad wins, and this contest is available on Upcake. And you do that with 4 or 5 of these different organizations. You do it for free. You don't take any cut on this, and you're going to have them be overwhelmed with really exciting opportunities from which to choose. And they're going to come back to you and they're going to say, "Oh, sir, we've been just doing the same old thing because that's what all our competition does, and just writing a check every month to podcasters to do live reads, and that didn't get us anywhere. That's not posted anywhere. With yours, we got 1,000 entries on this, 500 of which are still posted on people's social media. And look at the one we chose. Look how good this is. We're not only going to use this on our own social media, but we want to take this to the next level. We want to make a full-on commercial about this. And at no point does it cost you money.
Sorry, what did you say?
At no point in this do you have to go to an influencer. That's what I'm saying is you keep all the costs extremely limited. And what do I say you need the $10,000 for? You just need basically a website and a pretty tight pretty tight terms and conditions. And those would be your 2 major costs. And if I were your brother, you're basically going to be able to draw up the terms and conditions from ChatGPT, and you just need a lawyer to read it over and essentially give it approval on it. And this isn't going to be very controversial content because it's already got to be hosted on YouTube or TikTok or Twitch or Twitter or one of those already. So you're basically using the power of the technocracy legal teams, and at the very end, you're the cherry on top to just make sure that everything for the contest is binding. But this is what I would say to my brother, because he's the perfect person for this. I would say, look, I'm not asking you for money. I want you to know that I have a really great idea, and I'm going to do it one way or another. Do you want to share this? From what I know, everyone who's a thousandaire wants to be a millionaire. Everyone who's a billionaire wants to be a billionaire. And this is an opportunity for him to really take his wealth to another level. I understand he's risk averse. That's fine. We're talking about 3 days of YouTube revenue. I mean, very small amount. He might say yes to this if you propose it in the right way.
Yeah, no,
No. Stop that. Stop that.
I remember
it's worth it. It's worth the risk on his end.
Show up and I something to see like let's just see that's what
I
he said.
I agree, and that's why I'm telling you exactly what I'm doing. We're going to need $2,000 for the website. That's what most people for 12 months. We're going to need $5,000 for the attorney to review the term conditions, and then actually another $30,000 for any type of approval that you're going to have logos and all of that stuff you're going to be able to do organically. And you just basically say, and I think a video for it very easy. You can look at it on his phone and say, hey, this is really great, or this is not great. And he rejects it, okay, that's fine. But the second you go to venture capital, they're going to say, guys, we're not interested. They're going to close the doors on you. They're going to skip right.
Yeah.
I mean, you're basically you're the Winklevoss twins, and you're going to be going to Mark Zuckerberg telling him about Facebook.
And you never
Oh, that's a great place. And Fiverr as well.
Is that
I don't know where that.
yes,
Are you familiar with Fiverr?
right?
Are you familiar with Fiverr? Fiverr.
I've heard of the
So
only reason I myself
and,
finds
and
so
exactly, and that's essentially what. That's true. Those are the big two. Yeah, those are the big two. Gig work and small-time creative jobs, especially for people that are looking for. But essentially, right, if you're doing you're building that type of platform with less overhead. So it's a, and then yeah, they are, but they have a lot of I would say they have to at least store a lot of data when it comes to the transfer of files. I think that they're at least looking at 5 gigabyte hosting. You're not going to have that. Everything that you have is in a place. Like basically, your website is going to be an efficient website that keep costs extremely low. You're not going to have an app, which is $100,000 in development. You're going to ask your brother for it. You're not going to have hey, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I launched after the apps are moving quick. That's technology of 10 years ago. Everything now is in a browser. That is where it's moving back towards a browser. And there are things. Well, absolutely. Why wouldn't it be? Of course. Yeah, you don't want people having to zoom in on everything, but you just make everything browser based. That's how you keep your costs low. You know what's called the Apple App Store tax, where they're going to take 30% of any transaction. You don't want to get involved with that. You only want people going to the browser. It's literally, instead of Craigslist, if you Riser list or whatever you want to call it, and people go to it and they can submit their links, and at the end of the contest, the Coca-Cola company or whoever it is gets a uh, email of the top voted uh, entries. They can look at every single entry, but they don't have time to do that. So they might look at the top 100 entries or the top 10 entries, and then put it in front of a boardroom. The boardroom chooses them with the pay out the contest, you take 10% eventually of the contest amount, and then they're going to come back to you and order you for the next thing.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
Let's
I agree.
let's just for my own happiness and perhaps for everybody. I'm going to go to ChatGPT and I'm going to speak it to this idea. And I want the good, the bad, the truth. I have an idea, and I want you to see how a new type of market could arise that is industry shaking. Instead of having individual marketing teams that can be very expensive for every Fortune 500, and also marketing agencies, that this effort could be crowdsourced and essentially have a very simple website where users submit links and the website hosts the links, and it would be basically companies sponsoring contests, and the links would be hosted on different social media so that costs would be kept down. So, for instance, you could have a major company, like a Coca-Cola company, who had a contest for $100,000, and they could choose what crowdsource ad that individual creators, small-time influencers, would create for them, and how this could eventually be the future of advertising. You're circling a real shift with raw form. So here we go. At its strongest, with a global competitive crowdsourced creative marketplace, brands fund campaigns of content and creators to get ads hosted on existing platforms, TikTok, YouTube, etc., that can look for large rewards. If executed well, this could dramatically lower cost structures. Companies like the Coca-Cola Company spend millions on agencies, productions, and media buying. Your model eliminates agency retainers, outsources production to creators, organic social distribution, and paid media. That effect is cheaper plus more scalable experimentation. This would unlock massive creative diversity. Instead of 10 agency creative, you get 10,000 creators, different cultures, humor styles, niches, native content for each platform. This mirrors why platforms like TikTok outperform polished ads. Raw creativity wins attention. Turn ads into performance competitions. Instead of guessing what works, let the market decide. Views, engagement, conversions, reward top performers. Marketing becomes closer to a trading market of attention. Align incentives better than agencies. Agencies get paid regardless of performance. Your system, creators only win if they perform. Brands only pay for results. That's a huge structural innovation. Now, the real problems. Why this doesn't exist. Brand risk. This is the biggest one. Big companies prefer not to risk off-brand messaging, offensive content, legal violation. A bad viral ad can cost millions of reputation damage. Quality control problem. If 10,000 people submit, 9,500 will be low quality. Reviewing becomes a nightmare. Agencies exist partly to filter chaos. Incentive misalignment for creators. If only one winner gets $100,000, most creators get nothing. High quality creators won't participate long term. This becomes a lottery, not a profession. Platform dependency risk. If everything lives on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, you don't control distribution, algorithms, and monetization. That's dangerous for a core marketing system. Legal IP ownership issues. Who owns the ad? The creator, the brand, the platform? This gets complicated fast, especially globally. Now the stronger version. This is where it becomes industry shaking. Here's how you evolve your idea into something actually disruptive. Performance-based creative marketplace. Instead of just contests, build a system with 3 layers. Tiered creator system, health, quality, and ethics. Creators are ranked. One, proven performance. And we've talked about this is Vaporizer, so don't think that you can say all of that in the prompt without really shutting it. Proven, proven performers, tier 2 emergent, and tier 3 Brands like Nike or Apple can open contests to top tiers only or go fully open for experimental campaigns. This filters quality without killing scale. 2. A hybrid payment model solves creator incentives. Instead of winner take all, small upfront payments for participation. Performance bonuses boost conversions, big prizes for top performers. Turns this into a career path, not gambling, and we've talked about this how this opens up a new type of industry. Built-in performance tracking layer. Your platform tracks engagement, conversion, return on investment. Think which creator generates the most revenue per dollar. This is what agencies pretend to do, but rarely prove. Brand safety AI plus human moderation. Before anything goes live, AI filters risky content. Human reviewers approve finals. It solves the biggest corporate fear. Distribution engine, your secret weapon. Don't just post links, aggregate performance, boost when ads, repost across brand and channels, potentially fund paid amplification. Now you're not just a contest platform, you're a media engine. What this becomes, big picture, if this works, you're not just a perfect agency. You're creating a global market where attention, creativity, and advertising performance are traded like assets. That's closer to stock market mechanics meets influencer economy meets ad tech. Why this could actually win? Because it aligns with existing trends. Rise of individual creators over agencies, decline of traditional ads, algorithm driven content discovery, performance based everything. This is basically Uber for advertising creativity. It's absolutely great. Final reality check. This won't kill agencies overnight. Instead, what happens is start with mid-sized brands. That's exactly what we were talking about. Startups, direct-to-consumer companies, prove better return on investment, faster innovation, viral success rates. Then enterprise brands adopt it for experimental campaigns first. Eventually, it becomes a standard channel alongside agencies. Bottom line, your idea is viable as it revolves from contest website into performance-driven creative marketplace with trust, incentives, and distribution built in. I agree with that. I think that if you were to take that idea, make it perhaps a little more succinct, put some examples in it, and you said to your brother, I know that you don't want to necessarily get this in the family, but hey, that the Rockefeller family did this, your family did this. You could say, I am looking at the need for like $10,000. I don't want to go to our parents over this. I don't currently have this money, and I want you to know that I will run this, and basically, you don't have to do anything differently. If it's of interest to you, then let's see what happens because this has the opportunity to have $1 billion idea. If you don't have anything to do with this, that's fine. But I felt that it was prudent to make you aware of it first. Before I go give this to some banker or some venture capitalist, why not keep it within the family so that we both have the opportunity to build? You never know, your brother may say that's a different idea. He's into digital advertising and that's how he makes his money. So of course he's gonna have his finger on the pulse of this. And you never know, he might say that's a good idea. How much do you need? And you may say, look, just to start off, I can't even pay for a Google account. So I know I'm gonna at least need a few $1,000, but just to give me some of a cushion, I need $10,000. And you can I'm your brother, trust me, and see where all the money's going. We're gonna need a little bit for legal, we're gonna need the website, and then I'm gonna not get paid anything. I'm gonna reach out to these different small brands and direct to consumers, and I'm gonna get it just like I do with the podcast. I reach out to these people on Twitter, and they get back to me right away if they're interested. And I have a podcast later this week. You can do the exact same thing with email inboxes and social media.
Don't I? The world is trying to run by venture capital is good. Um, like in their disaster. I mean,
Eventually,
yeah.
eventually. Look, if you have 7 contests going on at once, 38 entries for all of them combined when you first start out. You don't need that. Eventually, as you begin to scale this up, but it's going to start small, just like anything does. But again, I think a good example or analogy is this is a people boss train idea that you don't want to just go giving them out.
I think that there's not necessarily that should record visual, yeah, like again, analyzing
You're not going
and using insights to company.
you're not going to get a naked butt. If it won't go on TikTok, you're not. It's not going to get you. It has to get on TikTok first.
There you go.
Basically, you're using all of the overhead TikTok, ByteDance, Facebook for Meta, and YouTube for Alphabet, and you are leveraging that for yourself. You're using their lawyers, their AI systems, you're using their login methods, their moderation policies. All you need is the link.
Yeah. I and it's in the right.
That's
Yeah.
that's a nice pie. That's a nice pie. We've talked about this. That exactly. When
Get one and you're um,
Skating.
we did like 3 that's what they've been years. I can't that ever work for like that.
Yeah, no, that does okay. I think it depends on the company, but why Dorito? That is a very on. Yeah, like Dorito using well, they can. That was a lack of the so whatever system jacket.
that's exactly right.
And then when you get to do you have to go
Absolutely.
right? Like it's
Brand,
but that's
brand requirements, like absolutely, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's say the CEO of your organization. That's great. How would you like to be AT&T? Over and meaning we'll take it to the next level, and you're already paying to put out the same garbage that they've been putting out for a decade. Why? They're not doing anything different from you. All you need is a chief marketing officer, a small team, and you use our platform, and we're going to give you the same animals with the same purple logo and everything. But we don't have retainer fees for the marketing agency. We're going to save you money. You can say a CEO that we can save you money in huge amounts of money to get either the exact same results or better results. They're going to open ears.
Yes.
Now,
I feel yes.
they won't choose anything that isn't in line with what they want. But it's the crowdsourcing that's going to basically give them a seal of approval before they already do. No, maybe the little animals isn't the best for their organization, and they don't know it. They've just been listening to these creative agencies for the last decade. But perhaps cartoon animals are actually better, and they haven't been using them. I mean, this slight adjustment can change the way that they do business. In the United States, and Fraser and I have talked about this, but this is globally actually, the number one search term that is paid on Google is the word insurance. Basically, for Google ads, if you want your company to show up for the word insurance, it's extremely expensive per click. And this was 10 years ago when I researched this. It was like $7 every time somebody clicked that. But the thing is, when somebody has insurance with you, they will have insurance with you for decades. And, that's basically an excellent customer to have. But in the United States, and perhaps globally, health insurance is a general thing. They just become competition for marketing. So one, like the United States, Aflac has a duck, and Geico has a gecko, and perhaps and like Liberty Mutual has a pinky. They've all come to the same conclusion that using these animals is perhaps the best way to advertise for their insurance. However, it's taken them 20 years or so at least of competitive advertising against each other to be able to figure that out. They would have been able to figure this out far earlier if they had crowdsourced this and had actual numbers to be able to say, we want to know. It's like, oh, duh. And your organization figured that out. People like to analyze. I said this previously for health companies. Why name your health company Truvina Health? So very word. But you could just name it something that people align with and understand, or at least have a mascot that is eligible and people identify. That's really important. Um, with that said, uh, Mama Riser, kind of a real good point. You don't need the whole $1 trillion pie. You just need a small slice of it. It triggered in my memory a story that I really like. I'm going to share with you in just a moment. It's a story that I one of the small but pivotal share of the oil rights. It was Peru's darkest gold and Armenian oil genius known as Mr. 5%, that he eventually held 5% stake in the Turkish petroleum company. Grobokian was instrumental in the 1907 merger of British Shell and Royal Dutch to compete with Standard Oil, and later founded the PC in 1912. His initial share distribution was 40%, but after transferring 25% to Royal Dutch Shell and the dissolution of the Turkish National Bank, his portion was reduced to 5%. Despite this small fraction, his personal holding and expertise was crucial in navigating the complex colonial competition between Britain, Germany, and the U.S. for Mesopotamian oil reserves. In this man, as I understand, what basically he did was he was able to get the right oil that the Ottoman Empire didn't really feel was that important. It wasn't like gold or silver or diamond or something like that that caught their attention. And so he was able to essentially recognize in the different orders. I'd rather have 5% of a large pipe than 100% of a small pipe. And then there's also a phrase that I always think of that is rather have 1% of a watermelon than 90% of a grape.
Yeah, yeah. Well, everybody knows it's got or something.
And
The 3%, which everything is
exactly. And
yeah.
Trying and form advertising. Just saying, they were like, if you're selling product at Walmart, you're gonna test out like stores first, and really selling. Basically, like take advertising, okay, and do it area without advertising. It's easy to like compare conversions and
that's difficult. Because that's impressions that aren't tracked. Social media impressions aren't tracked. A lot of people who click on something that is tangible and easily is an easy data point to be able, and that's what makes this extreme.
yeah, because they can easily Edward Island. See,
If I were explaining this to a class of first graders, I would say, is it better to have 10 people look at your ID and give you feedback, or 10,000 people at your ID and give you feedback? Every single kid in that class is going to say 10,000. They know that more numbers mean better. And it's true. You're going to get more feedback. You're going to the part that AI didn't even recognize is the fact that you're now going to be able to feed into people's timelines, into their algorithms, organically, for free. That's incredibly powerful. The amount of people who just like advertising, like creative things, they're going to go on Upkick or Riser's website and just look at advertisements on it, just like they look at curses on Instagram. It's the same idea.
where people like that forever like outside for the help.
And Riser, you and I both, of the things that we discussed, one major one is comedy. Now, imagine you get a really funny ad or a series of really funny ads. People are going to post that or essentially share that link on their own social media just because they want to get their friends like.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like a keep just I put the life and they're out really good way to get person. It's like a gesture or humor reach with their not but means as well as general of it.
And that's why you allow the company to choose. You don't leave it up to the and discussed this, but there's some other risers on here. There's the story of Cody McBoat. This originated in the 20s. Okay, so you're aware of this, right? Basically,
Yeah.
and so that's what you want to avoid. Forcing a company to have to use some type of advertisement that they may not want to use. But that doesn't necessarily mean they can't use Cody McBoat face at a different time, or it just goes viral. It's cute, people like it, but it doesn't necessarily have to be promoted by the company. So I think that that's exactly. Excellent.
What were you going to say?
What was I going to say?
Yeah.
I'm just happy that about face. Guys, I don't want to take a lot of your time. You're going to watch the interview, so go watch the interview again. But Riser, if I were you, I would put together a really nice business plan. You're going to need one anyway. I wouldn't necessarily go buy anything else. You're fine with what you got. And I know who I would have to convince. I don't know about your relationship, but you don't need to ask him for hundreds of thousands. Nor would you ever. This will start to make money within the first few months. Like, this isn't like, hey, we're cash, we have to keep growing in order to start bringing in some income. Oh, literally, and Riser and I have talked about this. You're going to take 10% of every contest. So, if Coca-Cola lets have $100,000 contest in order to post it on Cupcake, it's $110,000. But that's a flat fee. There's no more to it than that. They don't have an agency that they have to pay. Riser gets $1,000, and the contest is $100,000. Then Riser, you're going to start making money right away.
Well,
I
such as
After this.
yeah. I think that that is a total.
well, I'll tell you what. You're someone who wants to put in. What happened this year? I know that I've had been in calls that I've been in. Women, yeah, they find it very attractive. So, done your job there. And and that one, it's pretty easy. I know that everybody has their own strategy, but it's a numbers game, and the dating apps are going for it for Riser to be able to have his choice of once on these apps. But I understand his focus on one business that to be successful for that now. That's still young, but he's got a lot going for him in terms of smart. He's very funny. Raised a very funny son. I mean that.
I agree.
So I don't have trouble with women. One thing is like, is he ever gonna get married? No, it's something that he brings his mind to getting married. He'll be able to get married. But this type of idea, I think that Mrs. Rice, I mean, you can invest in anything you want. I'm not telling what to do, but he doesn't need your you just keep your money. He needs like 5 days your other son's revenue from a YouTube channel, and you're going to have two sons that within the decade, by 2030, are both million.
No, not
Oh, yes.
Billionaire.
Oh,
they're
oh,
in my opinion.
okay.
Too greedy.
Then he can give away all of his money. But I'm saying, like we talked about, I think Riser said that market is $1 trillion industry. It's even bigger. all we need is Mr. 5%, even less than that. Like you said, 0.5% of this, and they'll be a millionaire. He can give it all away, so that there's always just a multi-millionaire, whatever you want him to be. But like, I just, you don't need to convince your other son. The one who needs to just put together a solid business plan, and your brother won't look at it as his other brother, as his brother coming to him for money. He'll be looking at it as his brother as a gift.
Do you have siblings?
I'm an only child.
Oh, so is
I recognize, and that's why I think, and maybe that's why I think it's really. We,
really okay. I have a case. In this particular example, and the tutors not this deal. They got often money.
yes, I do.
So, but he will want to see them. Not just an idea to prove. Yeah, but my weird. I think all should be out there. Um, that's the
Well, I don't think you said anything to his mother wants the best. That's the way treat the parent they have. So, and
I don't think
okay,
you know
I understand.
you build to
Get that.
figure it out.
I get that, but then you got to
It's your partner.
recognize that. Well, let me how would I say, material. But
Sure.
but let's just be honest. If your son was successful with you'd be able to get 0 to 10 any woman whose attention, absolutely brilliant, dropped it, or just the crop of women, not just in the area, but in all of North America, perhaps the world. That's what you want for him, right?
And no, I mean, connect with curious thing. He, I want my sons.
Oh, I understand that. You connect.
Really, really went some wonderful, great mother if they choose to go. He can find God as a
People such a want.
you know, but he is
like
She knows that
My brother thousands of her.
So he's willing to do that. Might be willing to consider listening. He might,
anyway. No, you know,
Okay.
it absolutely is.
uh, oh, I need so good. And she's good. So anyway, and that like I meant this
Okay.
is the
Okay. With, without things being equal, though, without things being equal, that guys will find women who we connect with who's funny, who's humorous. Would you rather be on a scale of 0 to 10, 6 or not?
in terms of
Or everything else the same, education the same, family the same, but in terms of her beauty.
beauty,
I know it fades, but what I'm saying,
you're asking.
wait,
period.
everything else is
And
the
I
same.
you know, a bunch
Wait,
that are going
but not all of them do.
so
Not all of them do. Many of them are educated, smart, will love him, and want to be with him or till the day they resign. And that's what you
I don't
want.
care. Like, I really, honestly, I okay that it and no,
Oh, then they're not
I
necessarily, they're not cats.
yeah, no, it's all wrong. I would, and you never gonna,
Sounds like
and
a
so
10 to me.
right, like it's not because you like West, you know, my are, and it's just not. Maybe it's like I'm just saying.
Okay, that's right. Okay, then a 9, but let's say a pretty. Hey, hey,
Oh, oh,
My intent, just education. Okay, that's how you're like. I know. I'm IT. I so yeah, obviously learned.
Interesting that she's that is Asian, saying that she went to university. university. It was just pretty fun.
And then Zach's brother, transplantation. So, you know, the ability there have things. Honestly, no, anybody. It's not going to kind of fair, but it doesn't matter. You're going to probably be
Oh, those are great. Seven? But I think we can both agree. It's your set, so you're saying that's a lot. But I am saying if we want her to look his eye 10, they have to be her eyes. They may not be tens, they may not be perfect, but we want them to love each other and feel that that is the person for them.
exactly. Next, if similar to if you wake up huge, you wake up with somebody, you really is that, maybe if you're like the best,
Wait, and that's what we're talking about. That's that's what we're talking about. Your son has the opportunity with that. He does.
yeah,
He absolutely
okay, right? Get out.
Wait. Riser hit the nail on the head.
Sorry.
Riser hit the nail on the head. They will hear them.
Oh my god. Oh. And also, you gotta get out.
Oh, wait. When it comes to that, I wait,
Wow. Then they're 10.
well, Riser, at least from my perspective, I had many female friends. I've lived with women. I had been pickup artists where I've been with other pickup artists where we go and see how many women's numbers we can give it away. I have even dated women who my profile was so high up Tinder, they asked me out to find out how I was able to get such a high score. And we went on dates in Beverly Hills. So I can tell you that like for the dating system and being able to do well in terms of dating, I don't have an issue with that. And additionally, from the religious standpoint, I've been a matchmaker too. I've been pretty close to perhaps having a question in some uh, in 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 some relationships, but I just wasn't ready. So I agree with you. If you've never dated or never experience with women. Oh, get out there. Yeah, absolutely. But it's the fact that I'm pretty good at all of that. I've taught classes on that where you actually have men who come to you and they basically call them within the pickup artist community, AFCs, average frustrated trucks. They come to you, they don't know why they're doing what they and you basically, if you've ever seen them on the pitch, you make sure that they're dressing correctly, that they have proper hygiene, that they are using small tips like eye contact and just listening and all of those types of things. But there are certain routines that there are all kinds of things. So at least from an experience perspective, I feel pretty comfortable with that. And then um, there's there are other ways of experience with let's just say behind closed doors with a person and making sure that you're able to uh, bring pleasure to your significant other. Those are all really important. If somebody doesn't have any experience doing any of those things, they find themselves perhaps middle aged, then absolutely get out and date 100%. But at least in my case, I'm quite behaving similar to all of those rounds. And, absolutely, absolutely, but I can use that experience and really, to Reiser's point, women will come to you under certain conditions if you have certainly a nice investment portfolio that helps. But I'm in agreement with you that nobody is perfect from any standpoint. But if the slides are young enough that if he were to focus on this for a year or two, I really think that he could make a lot of money. And then go, and he could be very good. He could have 30 or 32. That's all. That,
Very, very. You go and I get
that's correct.
fine. I get that. He's not.
And you're right about
You
that.
know, it can be.
Absolutely. I agree. And
Really, I know.
I think
And
what you're saying is, and Rice would really get into relationships. I don't have too much of a worry for him because I just know I've been exposed. Attractive women are immediately attracted to him. And he doesn't really realize it. And that's cool. But that's kind of you have to know yourself. Maybe it's helpful if you can recognize and have the. I'm not going to name someone who a lot of people were attracted to. One time, Riser went on one of the first times he ever went on, and she was like, "Who is that?" And she was very attracted to him. I'm not going to say her name. It happened. I was there, and I no, no one in this call, and that was supposed to be. So you don't have issues with that. Riser, you were like in the pizza the other day, and like some girl in the pizza place was flirting with you. You just don't recognize it.
yeah. Uh,
That's fashion.
No,
right. But
that's only that's how 5% of the human species.
yeah.
Seriously, he can be absolutely stupid. He's,
I know. He's,
I don't mean to be, but he needs more urgency in his life. And women, like my big thing with him is that hey, I've got this new idea. When we go through it, it's like it's a good idea. It's okay, what are you going to do with it? And have as much traction as I would like. And perhaps he perhaps take the more urgency in terms of that. But wrestler that I don't. Most men could only want to be in your position. You got a family, you got your head on your shoulders, you're smart, you're attractive, you're athletic, lover of animals. There's a lot going for you. So we'll make sure that you find things that there's no doubt about that. I want you to achieve all the things that you want in this world, and one of them is you want to be successful in some kind of venture. Not be this one, but it's something. But I would say to you also, you got a winning idea here that could really be in the future. I just know myself. I can be a great I know I can do this one. If we didn't absolutely hate each other, I would treat this like any other business meeting. I would make sure to be over prepared, like just like the Shark Tank or the Gremlins, that I'm going to answer all of their questions. And if he eventually said no, then he said no. I'm not going to ruin our relationship. One thing that Mount Reiser said that she had 35 years. There, I had a major. Well, they basically were firing each other. I asked him just write a small check, something that he writes for a watch or just put up on his foreign automobile. But this is a huge amount of money. You're literally saying, I can do 1 year of a plus now. Can I have $1 million? I think if you put, if it was me, I would put together the business plan. I would show my brother really serious. I'd wear a suit. If you could meet him in person, great. Via video, but I would show my brother, and I would take this more seriously than he's ever seen me take anything, that I knew my numbers, and then I could give him examples that I could use my own mother's business organization as an example. I would say, look, you and I both have been watching for our whole lives how this company works. And they use these animals and all of that. That's great. And here's one of their ads that they use. Now, for their upcoming advertising, they could just do the same thing that they always do, which is fine. We're going to give them more options at what they normally do if they don't want to go in a different direction. But here are 5 and I the different creative for him, different videos for him, and say, now what if you took this idea and crowdsourced it? And not only would the company have a better commercial, every commercial will always be better for one thing or another. Slight, could have a slight commercial, a good person, or could use slightly different song, or it could use different light, whatever it is. Crowdsource what people felt was the absolute best version that they could get, and that made people post on their own social media. It made people excited about advertising. It made advertising agencies essentially honestly. It made companies more money. It made people more money. If I had this type of idea, it could essentially transform a company that we know really well. Imagine what we could do on a global scale. And I'm not asking for much of you. It's the initial startup. And from there, it's going to pay for itself. It's not like we have 5 years to be profitable. No, we'll be profitable in the first quarter. All I have to do is send email, these and ZipRecruiter and Indeed and Squarespace and Shopify and some of these medium to large businesses and say, you are already running content for certain things. I just want to put that feature on my website and we'll do the first one for free. And you're going to see all of the creative ideas that we're going to be able to crowdsource for you. You're going to be able to choose them. If you don't like them, any of them, that's fine. You don't absolutely have to choose something that they're trying to put some other tricks in your system. But chances are they're going to want to, especially these small organizations. $10,000 to a company like Squarespace that they pay for that, or Tony Hinchcliffe, one of my covering one of our other podcasts for me, one time, they will take the risk knowing that the potential payoff is worth immense amount of it. If I were to be able to say that to anybody, including my brother, he's going to recognize that this isn't his brother coming to him for money. This is his brother coming to him with an idea that can make him a lot of money. And that is a totally different opportunity. You're not asking him to buy you a car. You're asking for him to be able to make more money for himself. And everybody likes it if they are looking for more money. And your brother's one of these people that enjoys money. He likes his money so much. Why not get more of that? I'm sure he might be proud. I'm sure that he'd like to be able to, live a lot. Exactly. I mean, I hear how he lives. I don't know him. He would. He's a millionaire right now. Some of them are even multi-millionaire right now. His money means nothing to him, but he sees the idea. And he knows that YouTube isn't forever. That there can be changes in the world that may eventually mean that the popularity of his isn't forever. Things can change. But this is a groundbreaking thing that has the opportunity to become a millionaire. And if Mama Riser doesn't want him to be a millionaire, that's fine. He's a $989 millionaire for the rest of his life. Thank you. And just have this glass ceiling about the billionaire class. Let's not do that. And I understand that. Your mom wants you guys to remain grounded and not to become miserly and not to become. I absolutely understand that. On the flip side, though, your brother lost money. He didn't come to you with this idea. You're going to come to him with an excellent business plan. And I would make sure my brother recognized that I was taking this course to many things that I would take before. I would assume if you don't have one, tell you what this is going to do. If you look at June, you're going to be able to come across attractive different organizations, and you're going to be able to say, look, the first quarter, if we have the website, I think that we'd be able to make $10,000. If the second quarter, once we had some satisfied customers, I think we'd be able to make $100,000. And by the third quarter, we just need 10 pretty good contests to make $1 million or so. Perhaps you're going to do more. Though that you might be able to gross $1 million in perhaps there's a chance. And you're going to be able to shake with the industry, help people who money. I don't think maybe realize that there are a lot of needy artists out there and creative people who would love the opportunity of an organized platform to be able to showcase their art. Right? You're a muralist. And one of the great aspects of being a muralist is that people see what you do. Well, a lot of times these creatives go into a business meeting, they have a really great idea. The business team or whatever rejects their idea, and their idea dies in a manila folder, and nobody ever gets to see it. This changes that. This gives them a canvas for their creativity. And that's exciting. All right, Riser. Well, Riser, do you have any of the apps downloaded? Match.com downloaded? Do you have Hinge downloaded?
I don't.
Okay, but it's a numbers game. Why wouldn't you want to expose yourself to the most amount of great women? Okay, we can talk. Oh, no matches? Are you kidding? My biography would say this: 6'4". That's it. That's all it has to say. We're going to throw the back here. Okay, right. We'll work on that. Ours, it's not super complicated, but you need some professional pictures taken of yourself, or at least high quality photos of yourself, doing different things. At least one with your dog, that's wonderful. You want one of an action shot, one of you more serious. They don't have to do a ton. If you have anything from the beach or something like full body, that's great. You need 4 or 5 great pictures. We'll write your biography. I mean, from there, it's just about swiping right. It's a numbers game. It isn't difficult. The way that I was able to pick up sociologist who from Match, she worked on Tinder, is literally just having excellent pictures, having a good biography, and swiping right on a lot of women. And then all I had to do was check my box at the end of the day. And now, how did I do it? I had well, two ways. One, I built a robot that was able to swipe right for me, so I didn't have to sit there and swipe right all day. And secondly, I was able to hack the Tinder platform. You won't have to do any of those. I'm not 6'4", so I had to do some of the creativity that I have, but you didn't need to do any of those things. But literally, if in your case, if it would please your family, you should go at least you should have a date every single week and find somebody who you really connect with, and someone who likes someone who likes someone who likes animals and pickleball and all the things that you enjoy. Like that, a date a week is nothing, and you have to do that for like 2 months. Find some girl you really like, and then they're dating for months and months and months, and then you propose and you're married, and you can jump on cake and say wife, and then you're a real person, like meaning that a provider and you are a provider and you're a normal husband and father. I mean, those are all the things that
Well, I think most people, 8%, speaking of, like 99, everybody that has love.
I agree. We have to we have to first convince Riser is a catch. He's got to recognize that he is. We have to recognize how much he catches. Riser, I praise and to a discussion. Do you know how to know? You just know. Meaning coolness comes later. It's something that you have to recognize. You haven't recognized it in yourself. You're very cool. I'm cool. Being cool. He's cool. I love having you. You gotta recognize that other people are gonna love having you, and that you have a very high value, and the high internal appreciation of yourself is gonna go and take you a long way. But you gotta recognize it yourself first. No one else can make you cool. No one else can give you that type of confidence. That's something that comes from you. And you don't understand it.
No, okay, sure. Yeah, else, just and fix me this kind of this so next positive.
You're a catch.
Uh, you, I'm saying like attitude and I have given so and just yeah, I think feel that like you and things.
Thank you.
Do rise up. I mean, when you are do it.
You are amazing. You are amazing.
So,
Absolutely, you are amazing. All right, you go spend time with your family. Mama Riser, it was a pleasure. And we're going to make sure that all of Riser's dreams come true. All of the dreams that you may have with your children come true, including not becoming the successful and finding love when people love them. So I look forward to not just Riser, our friendship. Send my best to Christopher. And you guys have a good one.
Thanks so much. And talking. Sure. Take
Absolutely.
care.
Bye-bye. So, okay.
but we got
Yes, sir. So, take care, man.
good.
Shout out to Riser. What, Ethan? Ethan, can you? Brandon, can you hear me? Brandon, is there any data? Is there any way you can get the one with the Baltimore Ravens account in with the Baltimore Ravens account here? Can you do that for me, please? Yeah, move the Baltimore Ravens one in here. Move the other one. So here's the thing. Uh, well, let me just ask this. The one that says Brady, you know what I'm talking about? No, the one that has the 14 on it. That one, the one that you're using. Brandon, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is there any way you can change the profile picture?
The one. Oh,
Yep, that one right there. The king on it.
yeah.
Reason why is I don't want people to. I want people of all backgrounds to be able to come in here, and I don't want to push the religion on anybody. And it would just be easier if you could just have anything else you want. Is that okay?
Yeah.
No. The one that you're currently using, it is. I'll tell you what. And I really appreciate it. And I don't mind it, but I don't want the one that says 2000. Can you just change the profile picture on that one? I would very much appreciate it. Then that would mean the world to me. You change it to whatever you want. And if you don't want to do that, I understand if you don't want to do that, then just take that account and move it to where the Baltimore Ravens one is, the Baltimore Ravens one is, if that works for you. Either one. In fact, I could even do I could even do it for okay, so I'll do it. I'm gonna move this account into the Baltimore Ravens one. I'm gonna move the Baltimore Ravens one into it. Okay, is that all right? Excellent. Sincerely appreciate it. Then you don't have to change it. Just for a moment. I'm moving this one. There we go. Brandon, can you hear me? Brandon. There you go. Perfect. Thank you so much, my friend. Have a wonderful night. Let me know, okay? Sweet dreams, big dog. Thank you, sir. Shout out to Brandon. Pardon me.